Hello, everybody, and welcome. This is the Apostate. How is everybody doing? Everybody is having a fantastic day. I don't know what kind of accent that is. That sounded terrible.
Yeah, what the heck was that, man?
I have no idea.
It's a person with the second worst. No, it's a person with the third worst accent in the world imitating the people with the second worst accent in the world. The first worst accent, of course, being Russell Brand, whatever the heck that is.
So, yeah.
Turkish German is third, right after Russell Brand and French.
That is based. So today we want to talk about a very, very funny topic.
You're live discussing whether the Bible is now illegal. That sound right?
I guess so. Yes.
Let me put New Testament for Tucker fans, whether the New Testament is now illegal in the United States. Okay, in the United States. All right, we're good to go. Just wanted to clarify.
So, clown world. Today I woke up in the morning. I had a very messed up night. I had a messed up dream that some tornadoes are starting, and for some reason I'm in Turkey and I'm stuck, and like it's everywhere. The whole place is going through destruction, and we're running from one place to another. Eventually, I had to hide in one place, and we're completely surrounded, and I was about to die. I was just dying. I thought, well, I guess that's it. It's over. Well, here we are, and then suddenly woke up. Huh?
It's all meaningless anyway, right?
Yeah. Then I woke up and I'm like, what the hell was that? And then I look at my phone, and the first thing I see is somebody praising Hitler. And I thought, wow, the dream was actually better. I just want to get back to that, So, and then I see people saying the Bible has just been made illegal. Criticizing Israel is now illegal. The First Amendment is being taken away. There is no longer free speech in America. And I know about the bill that was just passed, so I know that is not true. But I'm wondering if there's anything else that is being added, which is what led to this whole idea that the Bible is now illegal or whatever it is. And no, I don't see anything. People are actually referring to the very bill that was passed in the House of Representatives in Congress, and they are agreeing that this act, this law, this bill is going into effect, and it means criticizing Israel is now illegal, citing the Bible is now illegal, and you can actually go to prison for doing those things. And then I see, okay, I guess only a few people must think this stupid thought, but then I see thousands of them. And I see Tucker Carlson post it as well, with tens of thousands liking it. And I'm thinking, wow, maybe we deserve those tornadoes. David, what do you think?
Yeah, I think you need to do something with that little story you just told. That would be like the title of, I don't know, video or book, or you got to figure out how to word it as concisely as possible. But the idea of I woke up from a nightmare, and now I woke up from a nightmare and looked around, and I'm taking a bunch of Ambien to go back to my nightmare because it's way better. If that could be stated like concisely, that's a good encapsulation of the way things are right now.
Man, oh man, oh man. So
send me back to my nightmare.
Send me back. I want to live in that nightmare. That was better.
That's what you need to do with it. Make a song. Make a whole song about it. Make a whole song about wanting to go back to your nightmare because it's better than reality.
Well, one day I woke up and found myself in the world. There were no tornadoes, but a storm of hate. I just want to go back.
I just want to go back to the tornadoes in my dream.
And just take me back to the tornadoes in my dream. Bam, 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 bam,
do it.
bam, bam. Yeah,
We'll come up with the lyrics. We'll come up with the lyrics, and then we got our buddy Sal, and he can mix it up for us.
that's fantastic, fantastic. David, everyone is talking about one thing today.
Mm-hmm.
I try to post a few things about correcting this, but nobody cares about the correction.
Nope.
All
No,
about
not in these days.
the stupid claims, because learning is hard, talking is easier, hating is even more easier than that, and nobody says more easier because it's stupid. Dave, what do you know about this whole thing that people are saying right now, that the Bible is being evil?
I'd basically seen some tweets about it over the past couple days, but today, earlier, when you said, hey, we should talk about this, I went ahead and read the bill, which I'm sure that 99.99% of the people who are freaking out over it have not done. Then I also read two articles on it. One from, let's see, one was from the New York Times. The other was from, where was that other article? It was whatever Newsweek became, the Daily Beast or something like that. So I read those articles. I read the bill. Reading the bill takes approximately 3 minutes.
Yeah.
It's like five pages, but when they write, and it's like double or triple space, and it's just the text down the middle. It's a couple minutes to read, and no one does it.
And you're saying that the bill doesn't say criticizing Israel is henceforth illegal, and so is citing the New Testament?
Yes, it does not. It does not say that. This is for the Department of Education in assessing discrimination in schools, public schools, K through 12, or colleges, or wherever it may be. It's about assessing whether some sort of discrimination is based on anti-Semitism. That's what it is, right? So,
Yes.
so just as an example, ladies and gentlemen. Well, matter of fact, you could back it up to something else. If I walk up to someone on the street, right? If I'm walking down the street and I walk up to someone, I punch them in the face. Okay, that's some sort of that'll be like an assault charge or something like that, battery, assault, something. So that's one crime. If I walk up to someone and I'm hitting him and I'm going, I can't stand you stupid Muslims, I hate Muslims, and I'm beating him up. Okay, that's a different sort of thing. That's a hate crime now, right? Now you're targeting a person specifically because he's Muslim. It's a different category, right? So on campus, there could be a situation where, let's suppose, a student applies for a job at the campus bookstore.
Mm-hmm.
And let's suppose they say, no, you can't have this job at the campus bookstore. Okay, why? Is it because the person's not qualified? Is it because you want someone with more experience? What is it? What's the reason? If I say, no, you're not working here, you scum Jew. Okay, that's different, right? That's anti-Semitic. So this bill is about how you determine whether some form of discrimination in school or on a college campus is rooted in anti-Semitism. In other words, it's not just I'm discriminating against you for some other reason. It's I'm discriminating against you because you are Jewish. How do you determine that? And what they do is they adopt the language they adopt the factors that have been identified by, what's that group called? I forget. We can look it up here in a second.
The IHRA.
That is
not it's the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance.
And that group, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, when they came up with their definition on how to identify anti-Semitism, was not for making laws or anything like that. They're just saying this is how you identify instances, because they're just for recording data. Like when you see incidents of anti-Semitic harassment or something, or discrimination or something like that, they only put that together to identify instances of anti-Semitism. So they're not making any laws or anything like that. They're just saying, hey, this is how you determine whether whatever this person did and you're accusing him of something, this is how you identify whether it was anti-Semitic in nature. And on that list is if you're saying things like, well, you Jews killed Jesus, right? So if I'm doing something to someone, how do you determine whether I'm doing it because the person is Jewish? Well, if I'm saying, "Hey, because you Jews killed Jesus," they say, okay, that's a way you can determine whether this person is motivated by anti-Semitism. So this bill is Congress saying we are adopting this definition of anti-Semitism so that if there is a case of discrimination on campus, how would you determine whether that incident of discrimination was based on anti-Semitism? And so among those would be, if I'm saying you can't work in the bookstore because Jews killed Jesus, they would say that, yeah, yes, that can be used to determine that person's intent. That's what this bill is about. And everyone's all running around screaming, it's now illegal to say that that Jews killed Jesus or something like that. No, is it, ladies and gentlemen? Is it? I'll say right now, Jews and Gentiles were involved in the killing of Jesus. Come get me. Come lock up the Dizzle.
Oh no, you'll go to prison.
I hear him knocking down the door.
It's
the feds. It's
Open
the feds.
up.
No, Bill has nothing to do with that, ladies and gentlemen.
So here is an example. Apostate, who is a member of the channel, made a comment here and says the new law violates the First Amendment. Period. It does not. It does not do any such thing. In fact, I posted this earlier on Twitter. The act, the bill, which has not become law, which only just passed Congress, which has to go to Senate, and so on, specifically and explicitly even says at the very end, constitutional protections, nothing in this act shall be construed to diminish or infringe upon any right protected under the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. So the bill itself explicitly reaffirms the First Amendment. I'll give you a very simple example, just to understand what this is about, because people keep coming in and are like, no, how can you defend this? It's obviously about free speech. It's obviously about making speech illegal. No, it's not. This is about the education department. It's about education. It's about campus. It's about students, teachers, and so on. If I am a student at a certain college, for example, and I say, Israel is a terrible state, Israel shouldn't exist. Or if I say, Jews kill Jesus, that's okay. It's my opinion. It's free speech. If I, however, block certain people because they are Jewish, for example, from going into a certain place, or if I ban them from having a certain role on campus,
which has been happening, right? That's been happening, right? So,
yes.
But yes,
or if I go out there on campus and carry signs saying, "Jews, stop these people! Jews kill Jesus," or "Jews eat babies," or "Israel is this and that," and thereby actively and directly harass Jewish people and discriminate against them, that would fall under this act. And the issue here is this wouldn't even be anything new, because that is already forbidden. It is already not allowed. It is already disapproved of. It is already not supposed to be happening, that you can discriminate against people, against groups, or harass them based on their religion, ethnicity, origins, sexuality, sex, or whatever it is. This is already law. And already if you discriminate based on certain things like these, consequences have to be taken. This act here, this bill, only further defines what exactly anti-Semitism is, and based upon what exactly these judgments have to be made by the Department of Education. And also, important notice, if this law passes, this does not mean that people will be arrested or go to prison or anything. It has nothing to do with that at all.
Mm-hmm.
This would mean that if discrimination based on this stuff takes place, then the institution in charge, in question, would have to take action to stop this. And if they fail to take action, they would, for example, face the threat of losing government funding. That's it. Nobody's going to jail. Nobody's being restricted speech. Nothing at all. This is just to further define what already exists. Nobody's speech is being limited. People are stupid.
Yeah, guys. So this is basically just clarifying something that. So you have the Civil Rights Act of 1964, right?
Yeah.
That's where you can't discriminate against people based on things like race and so on. Guess what? You are still free. You are free in the United States of America to say my race is superior to that race. You can say something
Yes.
like that. You're allowed to say that. If I say I'm not hiring you at this job because your race is inferior, you can't do that, right? That there will be repercussions against your business because you can't discriminate against people for something like that based on their race. So how would you conclude that if you wanted to say, hey, he wouldn't hire me because of my race, the person would have to give you some indication that he was doing it based on race. You would need to be able to say to the government, he did it because of race, and here's how I know why. Okay. This law is just you're already not allowed to discriminate against people for being Jewish. This is what this is doing, is saying here's how you can identify that what someone was doing, that the kind of discrimination that was going on was based on this person's religion or ethnicity. Here's how you do it. Here are the factors that you could use to identify that. That's what the bill is about. Again, it takes like 3 minutes to read.
Yeah, here's Hassan TRS saying one of the laws. See, this is where you already. I guess I don't know what the context of your comment is, but it seems like you are saying what I think you're saying. One of the laws is accusing Israel as a state. This already shows that you're getting your information from online posts, not from the act itself. What you're referring to is that the act references the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance and how they define anti-Semitism. And when they define anti-Semitism, they have certain standards which we can go into in a little bit, which also mention making certain accusations about Israel, Israel, like that the Jewish people have no right to self-determination, that this is a racist endeavor, and so on, or applying certain standards to Israel which you would not apply to different states or different nations and all that. But this has nothing to do with the law. So when you say one of the laws, you're talking nonsense. This has nothing to do with the law. These are not the laws. This is just a reference that the bill makes.
So what this would mean, guys, as far as accurately applying what the bill is actually about. If you said, I'm going to not let you into this building because you're a Jew and Jews are racist and the state of Israel's racist. That's all information that could be used to determine the person's intent in discrimination. Not saying you can't say this stuff. It's talking about if you're discriminating against someone in a public school or on a college campus in K through 12 or in college, if you're discriminating against someone and you say certain things that reveal your intent, those things can be used to judge your intent. Again, just if you said, if you're beating someone up and you call him the N-word or something like that, that would be used to determine whether it's a hate crime. Or if you discriminate against someone, you said you can't work here because you're fill in the blank with something. That's what it's saying. It's saying here are the things that can be used. Here are the criteria that can be used to assess whether a person's motivation in discriminating against someone or harassing someone was because the person is Jewish.
Yeah,
that's
very
it.
simple.
That's what this says.
As an American citizen, you are free to say, I don't like black people.
You are.
However, as an American citizen, you are not allowed to be in charge, for example, of a department of the university, and a black person comes to apply for a certain position, and you say, no, we reject you because we don't like black people. That would be not allowed. And what would happen as a result of that would be disciplinary action would be taken against you because of your discrimination against black people. And then action would have to be taken against you. If action cannot be taken in time, the university, for example, could lose government funding. These are some of the measures. And there are many steps which the university can or could take to correct this issue, and which can be taken against the university. However, as said, no aspect of this says, or you are no longer allowed to say anything mean about Israel or anything mean about black people, for example, in that case, and you will go to prison. No such thing exists. And the law is right here.
Yeah, you are free, ladies and gentlemen, in the United. I can't speak for other countries, but you are free right now in the United States, even if this law passes, even if it works its way through the Senate and is signed by the president, you will still be allowed to spend all day, every day, whining about Israel. Nick Fuentes is not in trouble over this.
Don't worry, Nick Fuentes will be fine.
Don't worry, gripers. You're still free to whine about Jews all day, every day.
You could even, since you are a bunch of scumbags, you could even go out there after this bill passes and even becomes law. You could even go out there and freely and openly describe Jews as scum, as disgusting people, as filth, or whatever it is. These are things that are actually in America allowed under free speech. Of course, they could be restricted based on whatever private platform you say these things, or whether you use these things for discrimination or not. But you can say these things publicly. You can say all kinds of things about Israel and all kinds of things about different people publicly, because this is what actually exists in America. You have this free speech right. None of that is being taken away. What is being implemented here is to give the Department of Education a proper definition of what anti-Semitism is, based upon which discriminating against people for anti-Semitism or based on anti-Semitism shall be further inspected. And you could look into this. Like, there's a summary here. You can look this up, and you can look at the text. It is short. But I guess if you rely on like 2 sentences and you can't read further, this might be very long, but it's very short. It's right here. Look, it's right here. And as I showed to you, the end of it says constitutional protections. Nothing in this act shall be construed to diminish or infringe upon the First Amendment. But you can look at the summary here, for example. And in the summary, if we go into the summary, what we see here is, this bill provides statutory authority for the requirement that the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights take into consideration. So it is specifically for the Department of Education Office of Civil Rights. It's not about your rights in society. Consideration the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's working definition of anti-Semitism when reviewing or investigating complaints of discrimination based on
when
race,
reviewing
color.
or investigating complaints of discrimination.
That's very important.
That's what the entire thing is about. So, guys, and there's a reason this is happening now. You've got all these things that are happening to Jewish students, right? The incidents. As a matter of fact, that includes it. It includes it in the section on the findings. It says that basically discrimination against Jews in schools and on college campuses is soaring right now. What do we do? What do we do? If a group of students block a Jewish student and say, you can't go here, what's going on? How do you punish those students? How do you do it? What are the criteria that you use to determine why they're doing it? If they said, no, we just, we're just standing here. We're just standing here. We're just standing here. How do you deal with those students? What are the criteria you use to determine that they're actually doing something wrong, or something that could be used to punish them in some way? Well, if they're saying you, because you're a Jew, you Zionist scumbag, blah, blah, blah. If you're saying those kinds of things, that's how you identify their motive. And that's how you say that this, whatever they're doing, is based on anti-Semitism or something like that.
Yeah.
That's it.
It does, however, also include harassment, like collective public insistent harassment. For example, this was an issue that was brought up because on college campuses, people were going around and for example, putting things on walls or screaming them in hallways and blocking people from walking through. And they were saying, oh, Jews, Israel has no right to exist, and therefore this and this and that. Or one issue was, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, yes, no matter what, and so on. And these things were used again for mass harassment against certain people. When these issues were brought to the attention of these universities, as we remember, there were Congress hearings, the people in charge of those universities could not give a proper answer why they are actually allowing these things to just happen. So, in response to that, Congress prepared this bill to say, obviously, our universities don't seem to understand what is and what is not discriminatory, and where which standards should be applied, what should be looked at in order to notice whether something is anti-Semitic or not, whether the motive for a discrimination or harassment is anti-Semitic or not. Therefore, we should introduce a bill to give them the definition so that there is no further excuse, so that they have to take action if they see discrimination and harassment in place. So it says here, definition of anti-Semitism: when reviewing or investigating complaints of discrimination based on race, color, or national origin in programs or activities that receive federal financial assistance. According to the IHRA's working definition, anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred toward Jews. And of course, this is a summary. You can then go into the text and read what it is all about. I'm currently conflicted on whether we should actually read the text or we should just let everyone read the text and just link to it, because
you should at least read from the findings. But with that said, so you can read, if you just, if you read with your eyes, you can do it in a couple of minutes. It might take a couple of minutes more if you actually read the entire text out loud, but totally up to you.
Yeah.
If you want to go through the entire thing, we can. If you want to at least go through the findings.
But here is the thing. Look at this.
Mm-hmm.
After this goes public, stupid posts like these actually become popular with little objection. Look at this. Soon, this passage of the Bible will be illegal, and you will go to prison for sharing it.
You will go to prison for sharing it. Which part of that bill said something about locking people in prison for sharing a passage of the Bible?
None of it, no part of it says anything like that at all. In fact, there is no possible position, no possible circumstance under which you could, as a result of this bill, go to prison for citing a certain Bible phrase, or even saying, I hate Jewish people. I hate Israel. Jewish people are scum. None of that will put you in prison. That's not what the bill is about at all. However, look at this. This post is being made. It has 7,000 likes. Very little objection. You look, there is no proper ratio. The overwhelming majority reading with this agrees with it and shares it.
Yeah.
Complete misinformation.
Yeah. Do you think Carolina or anyone else who's responding actually spent 3 minutes reading the bill?
Nope.
Or have any clue what the bill's actually about? Guys, this is a good general rule. If you wake up one day, like AP did, you see everyone flipping out on social media and everyone sharing, retweeting and retweeting and retweeting and retweeting. They're all flipping out over this thing. The first thing you should do is not, let me retweet this. The first thing you should do is, what's everyone freaking out about? Let me go read it.
That's what I do, and that's very bad, apparently. I'm just supposed to be like, what? Hey, let me jump in. I'll also say something. That's what people do. That's what they do. That's what they do. And apparently that's not only something that random people do, it's also what Tucker Carlson and many other influential people do.
Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
And however, in Congress, this is a bipartisan act supported by most of Congress. Apparently, they all have no problem at all. They all thought, oh yeah, this violates free speech, and we will just start sending people to prison. But whatever, let's just pass it. No, it's because that's not what the bill is about. Man, people. Here's of course our favorite brain damage victim. Brain damage victim says, with strong bipartisan support, the House just passed the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act. He says the Israeli lobby just passed a law making it illegal to criticize Israel.
Illegal to criticize Israel. I guess Jake Shields is about to be locked up, right? Jake Shields thinks they're about to storm his house.
See, if now nobody gets locked up and nobody goes to prison for criticizing Israel after a while, and we say, so why is nobody going to prison? That's what you guys were saying. They will say, oh, see, they don't have the power. They don't have the power. They don't have the balls because they know that because of the backlash. No, it's because that's not what the law or what the act was ever about. You guys just pretended that it is because you're stupid. With this guy, I genuinely think that he actually believes that it's illegal because he's dumb. They made it illegal to protest Israel.
I saw it on Twitter, though. Me saw it on Twitter. Me heard it from Nick Fuentes, so it must be true.
My friend Nick Fuentes said that criticizing Israel is so illegal, so it must be true. Why else would Nick Fuentes say it? Nick Fuentes is always right.
Gripers.
This is, by the way, the same person.
Oh, hey, it's a cable of Jews. A small yet powerful cable of Jews has completely taken over the United States, and you pretend not to see it.
Where can I find those cables? I want
I know
those cables.
Wait a minute. Is that what happened when I got cable TV? It was actually a cable of Jews infiltrating my house? Huh.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from Jake Shields. If you have cable, it's Jews. They're spying on you.
For those who don't get it,
what you up for criticizing Israel.
What he's trying to say is cabal of Jews, but he thinks cabal of Jews is spelled cable of Jews. So this is the person that we're dealing with, the person who gives us all the reliable information.
Powerful stuff
on Israel. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. This is just incredible. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. Jackson Hinkle says Congress just voted to make it illegal if you claim Israel is a racist state. Nope, never happened. 10,000 likes. Congress just voted to make it illegal to compare Israel's genocidal actions to Nazi Germany. 38,000 likes.
Did they? I didn't see that. I didn't see that in the bill. I didn't see where it's now illegal to say that. And I guess Jackson Hinkle is about to be arrested, right?
And remember, Jackson Hinkle only has a problem with Nazi Germany because he thinks the Nazis and Hitler were a bunch of trans people. So that's his problem with Nazi Germany. Other than that, he's actually okay with Nazis. But Jake Shields is also the person who said Trump wants to make protesting Israel illegal. They serve the same master because Donald Trump said stop the protests now. Apparently that means that Donald Trump wants to make protesting Israel illegal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
look at that.
It'll lock you up, and that's why the bill's going through because Congress, even the Democrats, are taking their cues from Donald Trump.
Yeah. They all came together and thought, okay, what does Master Donald Trump say? Stop the protest now. And they were like, okay, well, if Donald Trump says this, our master, our Lord, then we should all pass a bill now.
That's what they do.
This guy says once they arrest all the protesters, ban TikTok, and make it illegal to say Israel bad, it should be smooth sailing from there. 71,000 likes. Nobody is making it illegal to say Israel bad. No such thing is happening.
Literally, no one.
Not a single person.
Not a single person.
Like you see right-wingers, but you also see some person like this dummy who actually thought he had a chance at becoming the president.
What an idiot! I mean, look at this. Like, dude, you were saying this, and I was thinking, okay, Jake Shields and the Groypers and stuff like this. No. It's like actual media persons, Cenk, Tucker, and they're all spouting complete idiotic nonsense that has nothing to do with the bill.
House anti-Semitism bill is the most unconstitutional bill I've ever seen. It basically makes criticism of Israel illegal in America. No, it doesn't. It does not do any such thing. However, and you would expect people to say, no, Cenk, that's nonsense. That's not what the bill says. 13,000 likes. Man, call Putin a dictator. At least I don't live in a country where it's okay to talk shit about my country while being illegal to criticize Israel and the Jews. No such thing happening. Muslims in America are called horrible names all the time. I've been called a terrorist countless times. Can I make all criticism of Muslims illegal? Can any Muslim country make it illegal to criticize them because Muslim feelings would be hurt? Or is this just Israel? Excuse me. Wait a minute. It's already illegal in many Muslim countries to talk ill about Islam and Muslims. So this guy's acting like he's talking about something that doesn't exist, while also lying and saying that America is making it illegal to criticize Israel. Not happening. So this is what we are dealing with. But the biggest issue, the biggest idiot or whatever it is, would be none other than, there are so many of them. I just have so many open now.
Yeah, would you pull up like 50,000 of these?
Would be none other than Tucker Carlson. So the first one getting it wrong is Charlie Kirk, who says, "Did the House of Representatives just make parts of the Bible illegal?"
No.
Nope, they did not. However, 33,000 likes. Then Tucker Carlson tweets it and says, "Yes, the New Testament."
The New Testament is now illegal, according to great defender of Andrew Tate, Tucker Carlson.
Yes.
And
this is completely false.
The world's leading defender of Putin, Tucker
This is
Carlson.
completely false. However, this has 53,000 likes. Corrections don't have nearly as many likes to it at all. This is completely nonsensical. Let's get into what this is actually about. So let's go to the findings here. This act may be cited as the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act of 2023. I know it looks very small here on the screen. To me, it looks gigantic. Civil rights prohibits discrimination based on the basis of race, color, and so on. While such title does not cover discrimination based solely on religion, individuals who face discrimination based on actual or perceived shared ancestry or ethnic characteristics do not lose protection under such title for also being members of a group that share a common religion, and so on. So you can clearly see that this is here about discrimination. It's not about speech. Not about speech. Findings. Congress finds the following. Anti-Semitism is on the rise in the United States and is impacting Jewish students in K-12 schools, colleges, and universities.
This is about students, ladies and gentlemen. This is about students experiencing discrimination at school. And how do you deal with that? How do you identify someone who is discriminating against a student specifically because he or she is Jewish? How do you do it? Well, they've got a solution.
Yeah. This is one of these funny comments. QWERTY says, AP, are you okay with a whites only state? You are okay with a Jewish state filled with ethnically Jewish atheists?
What the heck is he babbling about? What state is filled with ethnically Jewish atheists?
Can you point me to the state?
Yeah, what state is that?
Ethnically Jewish atheists, because I don't know of such a state.
Yeah, let's go find that state. Let's go check it out.
There
isn't one.
We'll never find it. If you're talking about Israel, that is not true. Israel is actually 73% Jewish, 21% Arab, and around like 6% or so other non-Jewish, neither Arab nor Jewish. And those Jews are incredibly ethnically diverse. So I'm not sure what you're talking about there, but
yeah, and depending on where you go, numbers are skewed in various directions. Like we stayed in the old city of Jerusalem for a few days, and that's Muslim majority. Yeah. We stayed in a Muslim majority area of Jerusalem.
Yes, true.
And AP recorded a video there in the Muslim majority area. Matter of fact, he recorded a video in the Muslim quarter of the old city of Jerusalem. You can check that out on Visegrad.
Yep, surrounded almost completely by Muslims with not many Jews inside. But apparently that didn't really happen. I just imagined that because obviously Israel is a state that is just full with Jewish atheists, apparently. You heard it here first.
Heard it here, folks.
Two, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, referred to in this act as the IHRA, working definition of anti Semitism, is a vital tool which helps individuals understand and identify the various manifestations of anti Semitism. Should we go into that now, or should we just continue reading and then we can look at that?
Yeah, just go through.
I think lots of people, once they look at the working definition of anti Semitism, completely lose focus and get all of this wrong.
Yeah.
Because they don't understand it.
And their takeaway is this entire bill is saying take this definition of anti-Semitism and throw people in prison based on it. No, guys, it's just how to identify what a person's motive is in discriminating against someone. That's it. What's the person's motive? You can't discriminate against someone for being Black, for being Latino, for being Jewish, whatever. You can't do it. You're not allowed to. And receive federal funding and allow that while receiving federal funding. That's what it's saying. You can't be receiving federal funding if you're allowing discrimination based on a person being Jewish.
Yeah.
How's that terrible?
Well, as soon as they hear Jewish and law, they're like, no.
The Jews have made the Bible illegal. The Jews did it. The Jews outlawed the Bible in the U.S. You see, they are in control.
The Jews want everyone to be atheists. On December 11, 2019, Executive Order 13899 extended protection against discrimination under the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to individuals subjected to anti-Semitism on college and university campuses. And by the way, very important here, as you can notice, it says December 11th, 2019. Who was president then and who authorized this? It was Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. And so, guys, it had already been, you basically had the Civil Rights Act of 1964. That was focused mainly on race issues and stuff, right? So later on, you've had various expansions of that, hey, we're including this in here as something you can't discriminate against someone based on. So that was already done in 2019, saying anti-Semitism, discriminating against someone because they're Jewish, we're interpreting that as also included in the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The new bill just says, okay, how are we identifying anti-Semitism? It's already been ruled that you can't discriminate against someone based on anti-Semitism. How do you identify if something is based on anti-Semitism? What could the person be saying that would be a clue as to what the person's motivations are? And they said, we're going to adopt this definition.
And here's the executive order in question, which the bill cites. As you can see, it says Administration of Donald J. Trump, combating anti-Semitism. And it is all about discrimination based on anti-Semitism, and is signed by Donald Trump. The White House, December 11, 2019. Nobody at that time said, oh, look at this. Donald Trump is trying to make it illegal to say Israel is bad. He's trying to make the Bible illegal. Because that's not what this is about. It wasn't then, and it isn't now. All right, let's continue. And tasked federal agencies to consider the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism when enforcing Title VI of such act.
So that was part of the 2019. That was part of the 2019 executive order. Part of that was, so it says, hey, you can't discriminate against students because they're Jewish. All right. But then they understood there's the further question of how you identify whether someone is being discriminated against specifically because he's Jewish. And it said, hey, why don't you investigate the IHRA, their working definition of anti-Semitism, which again was not them implementing a law. It's how they identify for purposes of statistics when people have been discriminated against based on being Jewish. And it says, why don't you investigate their working definition and see if we could use that? And so the thing that's going through Congress right now is them saying, yes, this is a working definition that we will use to determine whether a person being discriminated against was because he's Jewish.
And by the way, there are some people who are saying, okay, but why is a special thing about Jews? Why do they get special protection? They don't. They don't. This references the 1964 Civil Rights Law, which the Civil Rights Act, which already says that it prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. So this is already in force at all times. These bills only further help identify what constitutes and what does not a form of anti-Semitism, for example, which in this case would go into these categories of race and religion.
Yeah. So look at this. Look at this right here. What you have there. Why is there an emphasis right now on Jews? Why? Gee, I wonder. Have you opened Twitter at all? Have you looked at what's going on
No
any
idea.
college campus? Anywhere in the country right now. Have you looked at that? Okay, there's a reason people are bringing up Jews right now. If, let's say 6 months from now, the entire country was in an uproar over Catholics, and Catholics can't come in here, no Catholic can work here, no Catholic can work there, then they might need to come up with a definition of how do you identify if a person is being discriminated against it based on him being Catholic. And they come up with a list. Well, if a person says this, if a person says that, if a person says this, if a person says that, that's how you can identify that the motivation is an anti-Catholic bias. They're focusing on Jews right now because look around you. Are you stupid? There's a reason. The definition and the criteria are very important right now because of what's going on college campuses. That's why they're focusing on. If this wasn't going on right now, they might not be. They might not be going through this bill right now.
Because of Jews. Since 2018, the Department of Education has used the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism when investigating violations of that title. 6.
They've already been using it.
Yes. The use of alternative definitions of anti-Semitism impairs enforcement efforts by adding multiple standards and may fail to identify many of the modern manifestations of anti-Semitism.
That's the reason for the bill. Here. Number 5 right there. Because you have different groups defining anti-Semitism in different way. So when you're trying to decide, when the government is trying to decide whether a person is being discriminated against because he's Jewish, if you have 10 different definitions of anti-Semitism, it's confusing. It's confusing. What are we applying here? Which one are we applying here? All the government's doing is saying we're using that one. We're using that one. This is the standard. This is the standard go-to definition, not these other definitions. We're using this one. That's it. That's what the bill does.
Yes, that's what it does. That's what they do. The White House released the first ever United States.
Why it got to be a White House?
The White House released the first ever United States national strategy to counter anti-Semitism on May 25th, 2023, making clear that the fight against this hate is a national bipartisan priority that must be successfully conducted through a whole of government and society approach. All right. It then says definitions. For purpose of this act, the term definition of anti-Semitism means the definition of anti-Semitism adopted on May 26, 2016, long ago, by the IHRA, of which the United States is a member, which definition has been adopted by the Department of State and includes the contemporary examples of anti-Semitism identified in the IHRA definition. It further references the Civil Rights Act, and then it just cites the protections, and it ends. That's it. And it also does, once again, I want to highlight, at the very end, say very clearly, constitutional protections, nothing in this act shall be construed to diminish or infringe upon any right protected under the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. That's it. And now, here is the only issue. I want to now move to the IHRA definition, working definition of anti-Semitism. As soon as we look here, those people who have the attention span of a fish and who just want to focus on reading 2 sentences and hating Jews will probably lose focus. So we want to remind everyone once again that this bill is not in any way making it illegal to say whatever you think and whatever you feel about certain groups. Nobody, I repeat, nobody will be banned from or go to prison for saying Israel is a terrible state, Israel should not exist, or I want to cite the Bible here, which says Jews killed Jesus, or anything like that. Nothing like that will happen ever. This is not what the bill is about. Now let's look at the working definition of anti-Semitism according to the IHRA. However, before we do that, let me take a few super chats here. William Dixon became a YouTube member. Said, welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. Chloe L said, I tried telling Matthew, hero of Stoke, to join your show, but I had no response from him or Middle East Witness. Every other comment hearted suspicious. I left messages with my donation and emailed mad. I actually got contacted by Middle East Witness, so I'm in touch with them. So thank you for your effort, Chloe. But they're actually he is actually in touch with me. I need to get that organized. I'll look into that. Pay every penny to save Israel says, after watching your lives, every time I go on YouTube Shorts, all I get are Palestinian propaganda vids with auto-tuned music. May Allah's curse be upon you. Alhamdulillah. Ameen. Inshallah. I support that. I support the curse of Allah. Yeshua the King said, have you never was then had it that means to are? Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Powerful comment.
This is amazing. This is a very good point. I wish I could pin this here. Sheikh Yadir says Israel should rename the Iron Dome to the Gargat Forest. That is a good idea.
That is better. I think I suggested before using Garkat as the name for some of their defense system, but yeah, Garkat Forest would be perfect.
Gargat Forest. It's a terrible word. Corey Barron, did you watch candidate RFK Jr.'s view on Hamas in Breaking Point's YouTube video? RFK Jr. challenged on Israel interview, especially around 12:46. He gets it. Nope, I have no idea what this is about. Could check it out. The Uralic tribe said, I forgot to mention that Islam has some things in it that was copied off the religion of Tengrism by Satan, like the jinn's way of prayer, not harming nature during war, because I used to worship Tengri. That's very interesting. I wouldn't say that Islam got that from there. I would say that Islam was just run by very ignorant people who took whatever they could into and adopted it into their religion. That's what they do. Mr. Bukhari. Did you notice the profile picture of Mr. Bukhari here? It's Destiny with a beard.
Is that Destiny with a Muslim destiny?
Yes.
It's like super great artistic skills.
Yes, perfect. It was
Graphic design is my passion.
J. Locks Jedi says, Prager, you did an interview with an Arab Jewish convert, Dor Shahar, 2 months ago. You would enjoy watching, where he talks about life in Gaza in detail. I'll have to check it out. I'll have a look. Cooking Pigs became a YouTube member. Thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel and expanding the cult. Chaos in Order said, who would you guys say are the most relevant YouTube apologists right now? You mean Christian apologists? Or you mean chaos apologists? I don't know what you're talking about.
Or apologists for YouTube.
Maybe YouTube apologists. People who defend YouTube.
People who defend YouTube. Anyone who defends YouTube is total garbage.
Yeah, especially those people who are moderators for YouTube. I'm joking. Don't take down this people. Hey, Nuttis just came here and made a $500 super chat. That's very, very impressive.
You better read this comment very carefully.
I'm pretty sure that Nuttis actually wanted to make a $50 super chat, but accidentally added another zero.
Messed up. Yeah, you
which is why
money back.
Yeah, now I have to return money. What is this? Nuttis, pay attention and use your fingers in a better way. What is this? Why are you making me work now? Nuttis says, please accept my very late jizya, Mr. AP. Peace be upon you. The final messenger of Ataturk. Peace be upon him. I had to wait for the IDF and Mossad to approve of more jizya, and for the other half, I had to rob caravans, sell all of my slaves, and even sell my nikah muta 9-year-old wives. All of this so I could get enough to pay off my jizya debt. Thankfully, there is no riba. This is very touching. I'm sorry to hear that you went through all of that trouble, Nadis, but look at it on the positive side. At least you will not get killed for failing to pay your jizya. So there's that. So I appreciate this very much, and I will not kill you. Thank you, Nadis. Appreciate it, and just get yourself new wives. Don't worry. Shmadala says, we already have an anti-discrimination law, so why only anti-Semitic? This is so dangerous. Let people live.
This is insanely stupid. Yes, you have anti-discrimination laws. Why only anti-Semitic? It's not just anti-Semitic. It's not. You saw the act, the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It applied to all kinds of things. There's a question. There remains a question for any of these things. How you identify whether someone's discrimination is motivated by this. Again, if I walk up and punch someone on the street, bam, punch them right in the face. If I do that, and keep in mind, this isn't even the Civil Rights Act. This Civil Rights Act applies to, like, businesses and things like that. But if I walk up to someone on the street and I punch him because he annoyed me or cut me off in traffic or something like that, that's one thing. If I do it and I hurl a racial slur at while I'm doing it, that can be a different crime. That can be a different kind of crime. So the question is, how do you identify whether it's one big clarification. It's saying, here's how you identify, because my goodness, it's so freaking simple. It's so freaking simple. 1 million different people can give a definition of anti-Semitism. When the government is assessing whether discrimination on campus is the result of anti-Semitism, what definition are they supposed to use? There can be a bunch of different definitions of anti-Semitism. All the bill is doing is saying, this is the definition we're going to use of how to identify. And that way there's no confusion. There's no confusion for the government when they're deciding whether something meets the criteria, because you're not giving 50 million different criteria. You're saying, here's the definition we're going with. Here's how you identify it. Why would this be a problem? Again, if it were something else, if there were suddenly a mass wave of anti-Catholic discrimination, and then the question arose, how do we decide what is anti-Catholic discrimination? You probably want a definition so that the government or whoever can say, okay, does what this person just did meet this requirement? You kind of need a list of what the criteria are. This is not difficult. A 5-year-old could understand this. Why are only Jews singled out in the Civil Rights Act of 1970? They're not. It's just become an issue, a huge issue on college campuses right now. Hey, those students blocked a student from entering the campus. How do we determine, how are we able to say this is why you're not allowed to do that? Unless we have some definition of anti-Semitism, unless we have some criteria in place to say, this is how we know you were doing it because this student is Jewish. If you have no definition, or if you have 50 competing definitions, how do you know? All the government is doing now is saying, hey, there's all this stuff going on. And right now it's kind of relevant for people to have criteria and for us to have a definition of how to identify anti-Semitism. This is not hard. And if you have a problem with, I seriously want to say this. If you have a problem with them saying, here are the different ways a person can meet the criteria of being anti-Semitic when they're discriminating against them. If you have a problem with that, which I wouldn't have a problem with that. I wouldn't have a problem with coming up with a list of things that person could say based on race, a list of things that a person could say based on religion. There could be lists of saying, here's how you identify. No problem with it. Definitely not a problem. It's like right now you need one because it's going on. There are going to be incidents over and over again of how you call this group out and say, hey, you shouldn't have done that to that student. And here's why you're wrong. Seems like it's really, really relevant right now. And I would say, if you are against having any sort of criteria for what constitutes an anti-Semitic discrimination, if you're against having any such criteria, I think that kind of tells us about you. You know what I mean?
Yes, yes,
right?
yes.
What it means is you want people to be able to harass that Jewish student and not let him on campus, and you don't want the university to be able to do anything about it. That's what you're saying.
Yes, yes,
In which
yes,
case,
yes, yes.
you're a scumbag.
There are, by the way, different bills that were introduced over the decades to further clarify or make an addition to the Civil Rights Act, including one, I think, in the 90s, which was to prevent the destruction or arson of churches based on uh, race and religion or perceived religious affiliation or something like that of those specific churches. Then there was the 1993 Act about women, and so on. There have been many different expansions. So just because this one specifically further identifies what anti-Semitism is, that does not mean this is a special protection for Jews. There already is protection for all different groups that fall into race, religion, sex, nationality, and so on. There is no further need for a special protection. This is not special protection. This is a further definition. Now, coming to the IHRA working definition of anti Semitism, which only, again, helps to understand what could be in an anti Semitic motive, is contemporary examples of anti Semitism in public life, the media, schools, the workplace, and in the religious sphere could, taking into account the overall context, include but are not limited to calling for, aiding, or justifying the killing or harming of Jews in the name of a radical ideology or an extremist view of religion. Wait a minute. Wait, it is illegal now to kill Jews? Making mendacious, dehumanizing, demonizing, or stereotypical allegations about Jews as such, or the power of Jews as collective, such as especially but not exclusively the myth about a world Jewish conspiracy, or of Jews controlling the media, economy, government, or other societal institutions. And
you know what's funny? After everything we just said, I guarantee there will be people who are watching
know.
going, "What? So this saying that it's now illegal to say there's a
I know.
conspiracy of Jews and
I
Jews
know.
control the world, and that you'll go to prison over it?" It doesn't matter what you say.
I know. That's why, after reading every single one of these, I want to clarify once again the law references this, which is not part of the law, as working definition. And according to the law, it is not illegal to say there is a Jewish conspiracy, Jews control the media. No.
The
It is
bill
illegal.
specifically says this cannot curtail your right to speech, your First
Yes.
Amendment protected. It
Yes.
specifically says that. Hey, guys, it's like they're saying, we know this is only like a 3-minute read, and that it's pretty clear what we're doing. I mean, it's about like the Department of Education and what they're doing about anti-Semitic discrimination on college campuses and in K through 12 schools and so on. We're making it. But in case anyone is a freaking idiot and doesn't understand anything we just said, and in case anyone is stupid enough to interpret this as saying, you can't say this in the United States anymore, you'll go to prison. Just in case anyone is that utterly moronic, let's state right here, no, we're not saying you don't have the right to say these things. We're not saying that at all. Very clearly, let's put it right here. And what are people going to do anyway? Oh, it's saying that we're going to go to prison, and that's what it's saying. My goodness, it's like, I mean, isn't this amazing that people actually decide based on what's trending on Twitter, right? Like, oh, this is what the Twitter guy says. So Tucker Carlson said it. That's what it is. But wait, the bill doesn't say it. But Tucker Carlson him said it. My goodness, man, I don't know what to do.
Yeah. This is it. Accusing Jews as a people of being responsible for real or imagined wrongdoing committed by a single Jewish person or group, or even for acts committed by non-Jews. This is one of the main.
So, in other words,
here.
For something that we actually deal with regularly on Twitter, accusing Jews as a people of being responsible for real or imagined, notice it can be something real, imagined wrongdoing committed by a single Jewish person or group. In other words, there is a tiny sect of hyper-Orthodox Jews who spit in the direction of Christians when they pass Christians. Spit, right? So what they're saying is it now illegal to say, see, this is what Jews do? Because I get that every single day in the comments on Twitter. David, you're saying this, but look at what Jews do to Christians, right? Because what? Because a tiny group of Jews does this. Therefore, you're saying this is what Jews do. Now, is it illegal to say that? If this bill goes through, makes it through the Senate, gets signed off by the president, would it then be illegal to say, we should keep having these quizzes for people to see if they're finally getting it or not. If this bill goes all the way through and becomes the law, would it then be illegal to say, oh, that Jew over there spit on a Christian, therefore the Jews as one big giant group spit on Christians, and I'm saying this is about the Jews? Would it be illegal? No. You can still say it all day long, Jake Shields. You can still say it all day, every day. What this is saying is, again, if a Jewish student is applying at the campus bookstore and you were to say, no, you can't work here because you're part of that group that spits on Christians, you Christians spitting, they're saying, okay, you taking something that some specific Jew did and applying it to the entire group and then using it to harass or discriminate against this student who had nothing to do with that. That's wrong. And the university has to stop you from discriminating against that Jewish student, or the university, if they if they just allow it and they say that's fine because you're Jewish, then the university loses federal funding. That's what they're saying. That's it. This is not hard.
Yes.
This is not hard. And what's amazing is people are going to read every line you read from there. There's going to be some idiot go, what? So that's what's going to get me sent to prison now? Oh my goodness, this is so evil.
Man.
It's amazing that we have to sit here and explain what should not be difficult to understand at all, and that it becomes a huge issue.
People don't get it. Like some people here is sorry for calling this out, but whoever you are, non-business, but it says, I usually agree with you, but respectfully, this isn't it. The resolution is against free speech. Someone can call a Christian anti-Semitic and prosecute.
Wait, AP.
What?
The resolution that specifically says, just in case anyone's a freaking moron, we're not saying you can't say this stuff or that this in any way interferes with your free speech or your First Amendment rights. That's the one that's against free speech? Okay, sorry. I didn't want to interrupt, but I just want to clarify.
Somebody actually told me when I made a post saying that the bill specifically says that it upholds the First Amendment. Somebody said to me, no, it doesn't. And it's right there. It's right on the bill. It's right there.
It's included in the bill. Just to clarify, you cannot infringe upon people's free speech rights with this bill.
I feel like a genius.
We don't have speech anymore.
I feel like a genius. I feel like one of the most educated people in the world right now, which I'm not.
You can read?
Because I'm actually reading a very short text, while thousands of people out there are stupid or stubborn enough not to read it and to just jump to the dumbest conclusions. Man,
it's
ridiculous. Someone can call a Christian anti-Semitic and prosecute if they say something like Acts 2:36 or quote church fathers. It's like the UK and their awful speech laws, the ones you laugh at. No, it is not, because the bill does not in any way say you may not offend Jews or criticize Jews or say something bad about Jews, and you can go to prison and you can be prosecuted for saying those things. That's not what the bill is about at all. And we could repeat this 50 million times, and somebody could sit through this and listen to it 50 million times and still say, okay, but this violates free speech.
Yeah. So business. Let me tell you what as far as what you're saying right now and your concern, the actual extent of what you're saying is this. Again, we'll just keep using campus bookstore. Jew shows up to a campus bookstore. I'd like to have a job. The manager of the campus bookstore, because it's an institution that is receiving federal funding, right?
Very important
Since
point.
they
Yeah.
receive federal funding, there is some degree of federal oversight. If a Jewish student shows up and says, I want to work at the campus bookstore, and the manager of the campus bookstore says, you can't work here, Jew, because Jews killed Jesus. See, you get out of here. You can't work here. Okay. The university is supposed to step in and say, sorry, manager, you can't do that. Either let him work or we're firing you. We're getting so you can't discriminate against someone based on this. That's it. That's what the bill does. Nothing about you being prosecuted for saying something in the United States.
Wait
Nothing.
a minute.
It's
So
about,
you're saying
it's about what it's about why you're allowed to discriminate against someone.
wait
You
a minute,
can't do it
David.
based on a person's religion or on a person's race or anything else like that.
Wait a minute,
So-
David. So you're saying that if I cite the Bible, I could go to jail?
You're going to go to prison forever. Tucker Carlson says it. You're going to go to jail if you quote the New Testament. Tucker says it.
I will get lifelong in prison if I cite the Bible.
Yeah, guys, think, guys. If you're saying no, they're making it illegal and you're going to go to prison, show us that. Show us
Yeah.
the law where it's, because when you have a law, it'll say, okay, you get 1 year, 5 years, it's a misdemeanor, it's a felony. What is it? Show us the law that says this is the time that you're going to do. These are the federal guidelines on how much time you're going to spend in prison for saying something about Jews or Israel. Show us that. We'd love to see that. I didn't see that in the bill. Where
only
is it
thing-
in the bill? If this is making a law saying you're going to go to prison for saying these things, where is it? I'd like to see it.
I would say that this Holocaust Remembrance Alliance website is actually infringing upon my free speech because it's terrible. Because there's this thing here which I can't click away on the site. So I have to make it bigger. However, continuing with the definition here, denying the fact, scope, mechanisms, for example, gas chambers, or intentionality of the genocide of the Jewish people at the hands of National Socialist Germany and its supporters and accomplices during World War II, the Holocaust. So here's another definition. And once again, we want to repeat it very, very clearly and very briefly. This definition is by the IHRA. When the law references the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism, it does not say no American is from now on allowed to deny the Holocaust.
Does not say it. You could connect that one with the next point there, accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust.
Yes.
Morons all over Twitter. This is saying that you'll go to prison if you accuse Jews of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. So if
It
says
says
it
right
here. So if Jews say it was 6 million, you say, no, it was actually 60,000. Are you going to go, quiz everyone, are you going to go to jail for that? No. What does this mean? It means if you're blocking a student, from entering his dorm, you say, I wonder why. Is this discrimination? And this says, hey, you Jews, you lie about the Holocaust, a bunch of dumb Jews. There was no Holocaust. There were no gas chambers. That was all that lets you know what the person's intent is. If a person says, I'm discriminating, if a person shows, hey, here's why I'm discriminating against you. It's because you're lying about the Holocaust. There was no Holocaust. Say, okay, this looks like it's anti-Semitic. This looks like the person's motivation for this discrimination is anti-Semitic. That's it. That's what it does. Who's going to prison? No one. Who's going to jail? No one. What might happen? Well, this person, if a person won't let a Jew into his dorm room and he's saying it's because Jews lie about the Holocaust, then that person is supposed to be brought before the school, and the school is supposed to intervene to protect the student from being discriminated against based on that.
So I just made a poll for people to figure out what this is actually about. What is a sin? This is an interesting question. Maybe this should be defined by law as well. Why is there a weird David Wood on this profile picture? I will not understand.
I think that's when I clicked on something and couldn't click off it. And remember that?
Oh, yeah, maybe. Sus IP said, wow, I must say AP is still looking cute as ever. This is coming from sus IP, so that's very sus. But I must say, I look like a dead vampire, so I can't take that compliment seriously. Here, accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations. Once again,
You still have to ask, AP. Ladies and gentlemen, is this saying it's illegal in the United States of America of accusing Jewish people of being more loyal to Israel or to their fellow Jews? Is that what it's saying? That it's now illegal, that you go to prison for doing this? Is that what it's saying? No. One, this isn't saying anything. This isn't saying anything about laws. This is for the collection of data. You've got the U.S., you've got Congress, which is saying we're adopting this definition for purposes of determining the motivation of discrimination to determine whether it's anti-Semitic. That's it. That's what the bill is, ladies and gentlemen.
Denying the Jewish
You go to
people
jail.
denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, for example, by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. Does this mean that you are from now on not allowed to say Jews don't have a right to self-determination and the state of Israel is a racist endeavor? No. What this says is you cannot discriminate based upon this, and discriminating against people based upon this would constitute anti-Semitic discrimination, and action would have to be taken, or government funding, and so on. Nobody is going to jail. Applying double standards by requiring of it a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. This would not even concern any such situation, but it would also not make it illegal to hold Israel to special standards. If you do those things, you're probably dumb or hateful. However, no such thing is illegal. That's once again what this bill is not about. It's about discriminating in the Department of Education, on campuses, in schools, and so on, using the symbols and images associated with classic anti-Semitism, for example, claims of Jews killing Jesus or blood libel, to characterize Israel or Israelis. Now, this here is, of course, when people don't understand how to read, where they get stuck on, and which the Groypers and neo-Nazis and others immediately pick up and say, look, this law says we can no longer say that Jews killed Jesus. And you know, like when you go to Thessalonians, First Thessalonians, it says Jews killed Jesus. So it says there Jews killed Jesus. This means that you can no longer cite the New Testament. They're making it illegal. They're making it illegal. They're making it illegal. David, is that what this is about?
No, this is saying, so this is just, again, this document is just for purposes of collecting data on anti-Semitism. So if you're just bothering or harassing a Jew or something like that, they're not even talking about punishing you or anything else. They're not talking. This is not about a law about college campuses. This is just an organization that is defining how you would identify anti-Semitism. The bill says this we're going to take as these are the criteria for how to identify an anti-Semitic motive to the discrimination. So if I say you cannot work at the campus bookstore because you're a Jew and Jews kill Jesus and take the blood of Gentile children and soak them in their matzah crackers and eat them on Passover. Okay, I've just identified what your motivation is for why you're discriminating against this person, and you're not allowed to do that. The university needs to step in and say, you cannot discriminate against this person by saying Jews killed Jesus. You can't do it. You can't treat this person like that.
This is also not even like justifiable, and also not even the actual. And I don't want to sound like I'm an authority on Christian teachings, but this is not even the whole idea in Christianity and in the Bible, even if you actually read the text on Jews and their responsibility. When it, for example, describes, and I'll bring up one of the passages that is currently cited.
No, again, it wouldn't. It wouldn't even make any sense, because I mean, who's saying this? Paul. He's a Jew.
Yes.
Who were all the early Christians? They were all Jews. There's a bunch of
Yes.
Jews. This is an internal critique. It's, hey, there's us, and then there's these other guys, and so on. We're Jews. They're Jews. We've got an issue here. We've got an issue here. But there's not. You can't interpret it as Jews bad or something like that. It wouldn't make any sense.
Which is also directly denied and directly contradicted in the Bible, in the New Testament, in Romans, for example, and other parts where which I want to ask you, David, if you want to bring up certain sources to counter that. However, so this is what they're referencing, and we also thank God constantly for this: that when you received the word of God, which you heard from us, you accepted it not as the word of men, but as what it really is, the word of God, which is at work in you believers. For you, brothers, became imitators of the churches of God in Christ Jesus.
Pay attention to the reasoning here, right? So this is talking to Greek Christians, right? For you, brothers, they're in Thessalonica. For you, brothers, people of Thessalonica, became imitators of the churches of God in Christ Jesus that are in Judea. So you got the original churches that are in Judea. So these would have been Jewish.
No.
What is wrong with you, man? So you have the original. Churches, which would have been in Judea, and then you have churches elsewhere, right? For you, brothers, became imitators, saying, "Hey, you're imitating the churches in Judea. You, Christians in Thessalonica, you've become imitators of the churches in Judea. Why? For you suffered the same things from your own countrymen as they did from the Jews, who killed both the Lord Jesus and the prophets and drove us out and displeased God and opposed mankind by hindering us from speaking to the Gentiles that they might be saved, so as always to fill up the measure of their sins. But wrath has come upon them at last." So look at what he's saying here. Hey, you Greek Christians, you're being persecuted by people the same way the original Christians in Judea. What is that?
Yep.
So is this saying Greeks are bad too? Is this saying Greeks, if a Greek shows up at the store and says, "Hey, I want to work here," no, because you persecuted the Thessalonican Christians? What are you talking about? You can't just, it wouldn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah. So what really wouldn't make sense? Yeah. What we're saying doesn't make sense is to say, here you are 2,000 years later, and you blame people right now for what people did back then. Yes, Paul's saying that the Jews, obviously not all of them, because you had Christians like Paul, who is a Jew. There are Jews who are responsible. There are Jews who bear responsibility. If you want to say, therefore, you can apply that to 2,000 years, to Jews 2,000 years in the future. Okay, well, what about the Greeks who are persecuting the Gentiles who became Christians? Do we blame them too now? Do you blame them? Do you point a finger at them? Shame on you. 2,000 years later.
Also, Italians, terrible people, because
the Romans, they're involved. Yeah.
Italians scum. Yeah, obviously.
You can't work here. You're Italian. Why? Why can't I work here? Because the Romans executed Jesus. You see.
And here is one often cited passage from Romans 11, where it says, "I ask, and has God rejected his people? By no means, for I myself am an Israelite, a descendant of Abraham, a member of the tribe of Benjamin. God has not rejected his people whom he foreknew. Do you not know what the scripture says of Elijah, how he appeals to God against Israel?" Very interesting, very important passage, how some killed prophets, some killed this, and some did that. However, there's also always those among them who are good, and always forgiveness, and so on. So this is not about hating Jews. It's actually about, no, you can't collectively hold them responsible. David, is there any other passage or any other part that you want to bring up, or anything else you want to talk about? This is your field, since you are an expert in Christianity.
With me, it's just the only relevant part is there's nothing in here. You could quote all of this. You could misquote all of this. You could take this as saying, "Hey, I can't stand Jews because Jews killed Jesus." You can take this however you want. Nothing in this bill is stopping you from saying what you believe or anything like that. It's saying you can't discriminate against someone in a school or on a college campus on the basis of them being Jewish. That's it. That's all it does. What and we're sitting the people saying, "Why you keep harping on the same thing?" Because Twitter right now is filled with thousands and thousands of people saying that the government has just declared that you're going to be arrested and thrown in prison if you criticize Israel, or if you say the Jews did this, or if you say Jews killed Jesus, you're going to prison for it.
I'm really concerned about the poll in the chat, because right now I asked, does this bill infringe on free speech and make beliefs illegal? 26% said yes, 55% said no, 19% said I don't know.
Gripers of the world, unite! 26%.
So I'm really concerned about those 26%. Maybe they clicked the wrong option. They could still correct it.
Maybe 26% of viewers are complete morons.
Or maybe they're groypers or something else. But here's the thing. They might come here and think, oh, I'm making a point. Look, I am saying the truth, that this is against free speech and that they're making this illegal. However, you're certainly not making that point to me, because all I see is that you don't get it, that you're ignorant, that you're stupid.
Yeah. So guys, what we would ask this 26, 27% or whatever, what belief does this make illegal?
Yeah.
If you're saying this makes a belief illegal, what belief does the bill make illegal? You can no longer hold this belief. Tell us what belief is now illegal. You should be able to say it. Does it make the belief that Jews kill Jews? Does it make that illegal?
Yeah. Yes. No. Here, again, drawing comparison of contemporary Israeli policy to that of Nazis. Again, not a standard for the law, just a reference. And here, holding Jews collectively responsible for actions of the state of Israel. I have to remark one thing here about this last one. This is not part of the law. This is not US law. This is the IHRA, which has a working definition of anti-Semitism. It is already forbidden in America, in workplaces, in universities, and so on, to discriminate against Jewish people by saying, oh, Israel is killing babies, all you Jews are baby killers. Or Israel is committing a genocide, you Jews are genocidal people, and to then discriminate against them. With or without the bill that we are talking about, this is already not allowed. However, the bill references this definition by the IHRA without making any direct reference to a specific point in here. It references this definition in general in order to clarify and give universities that apparently don't seem to understand it, look, here, these are examples of anti-Semitism. And if you take these talking points and thereby discriminate against Jewish people, that is anti-Semitism. You shall not do so. So this doesn't add any further restrictions or anything at all. It is simply a definition in order to expand the understanding for laws that are already in place. And no, nobody is being prosecuted. Nobody is going to go to prison for saying these things. You are simply what?
I was going to say, you'd better read those little follow-ups there, because I guarantee you 26 or 27% of the people who are watching right now are going to go, what he says right there, anti-Semitic acts are criminal. See, this is saying it's the law. This is saying that this is an organization. Look at what they say, guys. Anti-Semitic acts are criminal when they are so defined by law, right? In other words, there are places where it's illegal to deny the Holocaust. It's just saying that that's criminal if the country actually has laws against that stuff.
Germany, big example. In Germany, it has been illegal forever.
Criminal acts are anti-Semitic when the targets of attacks, whether they are people or property, such as buildings, schools, places of worship, and cemeteries, are selected because they are or are perceived to be Jewish or linked to Jews. So notice, this is just identifying the intent. How do you say that this person or this group or this site was targeted from an anti-Semitic motive? Well, you would see, because they're selected by by people who perceive them to be linked to Jews. Okay, how would you determine that? By going through the criteria. If I'm destroying a Jewish graveyard, keep in mind this is separate from the bill. The bill is about college campuses. They're talking about how you would identify, how if you adopted this, how would you identify whether a site was attacked because it's Jewish. So suppose a group of kids go and vandalize a Jewish graveyard. Guess what? Kids could just be vandalizing a graveyard because it's a graveyard and they're vandalizing a graveyard. How do you identify whether they're doing it because they're anti-Semites? Well, if they're saying a bunch of things from that list because of Israel and because Israel kills babies, okay, then you could identify it as that. Yeah. They're targeting this, a graveyard, and they're targeting it based on something that's happening in Israel. So this, according to this document, they would say, okay, it's an anti-Semitic motivation for that.
The last point here is a very important one always. Anti-Semitic discrimination is the denial to Jews of opportunities or services available to others and is illegal in many countries. And again, the bill in question is only about the Department of Education, but this is what it is about. It is about anti-Semitic discrimination. It is not about your right to say certain things about Jews or about Israel or to cite the Bible. No such thing is made illegal anywhere. If at this point you still think that this law or this act is making it illegal to criticize Israel, to criticize Jews, to say Jews killed Jesus, or to cite the Bible, it is the burden of proof is on you. Show me where exactly the law says any such thing, and I will embarrass your ass.
You'll be humiliated.
Come forth and show me where it says that. It says no such thing. It's stupid. Stop trusting idiots on Twitter.
And here's what's crazy. So you see various tweets from people and so on, and lots of them, they're stupid people. So Jake Shields, I mean, he's an anti-Semitic piece of trash, right? But as far as Jake Shields go, I don't think that Jake is like deliberately lying. I think he's stupid. I think he's stupid.
He is,
right?
He is.
When it's someone like Tucker Carlson who says the New Testament has just been outlawed. Okay, Tucker's not stupid. And he has researchers. I'm pretty sure Tucker Carlson took the 3 minutes to read that bill. So why is he saying it? That's a different story, right? So guys, keep in mind, it's you can always have people. There's something additional when you know that someone knows. So, for instance, when a Muslim tells me the Quran's been perfectly preserved, I don't think this person is lying. I think this person is ignorant and clueless and has never looked into it. When a scholar like Yasser Qadhi says the Quran's been perfectly preserved, and I know he knows it hasn't because he admits in other contexts that it hasn't been perfectly preserved, then he's lying, right? It's like he's worse. It's like you could be stupid. That's just the way you are. You're born. If you're also evil, that's something worse. So I'm not sure what to do with all this when you've got people who know that this is not making things illegal, that this isn't going to get people sent to prison, saying it anyway. That's pretty disturbing.
By the way, here's a very important, a very funny to me detail. It says here, when it talks about the bill, it says the measure passed 320 to 91, 21 Republicans and 70 Democrats voted against it. Now,
so more
do you really want to tell me?
problem.
Do you really want to tell me that that the Republicans, that not the Republicans, but the Democrats have such a big problem with this bill because the Democrats want to protect the Bible?
Yeah.
Man. The Democrats, they famously care so much about free speech and about the Bible. Yes, definitely.
That's what they do.
That's what they do. Jason Whitlock, for whom I have a little bit of respect, says when they start making the Bible illegal, that's where I draw a line in the sand. These are elected officials that are allegedly defending and in support of our U.S. Constitution. Unfortunately, that's not what's happening. No, actually, fortunately, that's not what's happening. Nobody is making it illegal to quote the Bible or to express such ideas. Not happening. Not happening at all.
Dude, by the way, this is when I saw all this stuff, because it's been people have been flipping out over this for a couple days and so on, and then you said, hey, let's go ahead and look into hey, let's go ahead and do a show about this and stuff. So I read up on it, but I really thought I thought before I went to the bill, I thought it was going to be like really, really confusing, and that's why people that's why everyone's misinterpreting it. It's like, oh, okay. And I was about to be on the side of the critics. I wasn't going to criticize it for what it was actually doing, but I was going to be like, you need to be really careful when you word these bills if they're so confusing that everyone interprets them this way. Why? Because later courts could end up arresting people on this if the bill's really confusing in its wording. And so I was like, I was ready to blast it and say, hey, if you're talking about what people are allowed and are not allowed to say, you need to be very, very clear so that no one can misinterpret it. And I go to it and it's like, oh, this is for the Department of Education dealing with discrimination on college campuses and in K through 12 schools. How do I identify whether discrimination is based on anti-Semitism? We're adopting this definition over here. It's like, this is not this is not even slightly confusing.
If the bill actually made it illegal for people to say certain things about Israel or about Jews or to quote the Bible or whatever it is, if the bill was actually restricting free speech and said, from now on, you shall not be allowed to express these views about Jews or about Israel, I would be against it.
I would too. I would have condemned it. We would be doing a very different show right now.
Yes,
we would be saying something along the lines. Correct me if I'm wrong, AP, but we would be saying something along the lines of, while we think that people who hate Jews just for being Jews are anti-Semitic pieces of garbage, we do not approve of silencing people or not allowing people to state their beliefs or to believe certain things. We would have a problem with that. This is the United States of America. If you want to be a racist piece of garbage, you have every right in the United States of America to be a racist piece of garbage.
Look at it.
And it's very dangerous for the government to say you cannot hold this belief or you cannot express this opinion or something like that.
Look at this. America is right here. See,
America
is right here.
What?
America.
What? Why are you being so offensive with that IDF dog tag?
I would say, I will put it differently, but yes, very much. We are very much on the same page. I would go even further and say, I love Jews and I love Israel. However, there should never, ever be a restriction on expressing your beliefs and ideas, as dumb or as smart or good as they may be, in the United States of America, because famously the United States of America has the First Amendment, has free speech, where you can say whatever dumb stuff you want to say, as long as you don't incite rebellion or violence or whatever it is, or direct harm. You can say whatever you want, as good or as bad as it may be, and I love America for that. And I think that should always be in place. And if this bill made it illegal for people to express their ideas, no matter how terrible they are, I would speak against that. That is, however, not what this bill is about. And if somebody argues that this is what the bill is about, then they don't know, they are ignorant, or they're lying. It's as simple as that. Like here in this case, WTF just happened. They literally just passed a law that
literally
us. Literally,
not metaphorically.
Even capital letters, literally, capital L, literally.
No, it's serious.
Just passed a law that makes
parts.
Yeah, capital P for parts. No idea why. Parts of the Bible illegal.
This person must be German. Capitalizing nouns.
But also here, capital I. I don't know why. I have no idea why. I don't get that one. For example, Bible passages state Jews killed Jesus. WTF is Mike Johnson doing? We all know when AIPAC calls the dual citizenship Israeli-U.S. puppets respond. Effing insane.
Yeah, we're all going to be in jail. If you have a Bible, you're going to jail.
15,000 likes.
Gosh.
The bill says no such thing and does no such thing. This is complete nonsense. I don't know who in the world this person is.
He's a watchdog.
But he's a researcher.
He's a watchdog. and a researcher.
He's a
It's
researcher.
great. He did some powerful research into that 3-minute read, the 3 minutes that it takes to read that entire bill. Did lots of research there
What are you researching, man?
using his
Seriously.
unshakable faith.
What in the world are you researching? Even made highlights here.
I did my research on Twitter. I went to Twitter and I looked around what people are tweeting. That's my research. Which happens to be the same level of research as all these reverts. I go around, look at what people are saying on Twitter, and I revert.
The funny thing is, the same screenshot of the same highlights is found once here large and once here small. And the highlighted parts say nothing at all like what he is arguing here. It says to provide for the consideration of definition of anti-Semitism for the enforcement of federal anti-discrimination laws concerning education programs or activities and for other purposes. It even says here clearly for education programs or activities. And this guy says, they just passed a law making parts of the Bible illegal. Where, man?
Well,
Where?
I don't know, but he's a researcher. You're not.
Actually, David, you're wrong. Because it says in my bio.
You've got it right there too. Excellent researcher. Darn, never mind. I apologize.
See, you're supposed to trust me.
Too.
I'm a
Now it's
researcher.
researcher versus researcher, and they're telling me different things. I don't even know what to believe
Who are you
anymore.
going to trust? Who are you going to trust? And I'm also a student of Shaky
Ghostbusters.
Goody. Yeah. And I also have a banana here. Hey, do you know the thing about the banana?
No. Oh, wait. Do you mean because on the campus where someone was allergic to bananas and then everyone brought bananas or something? I didn't even know what that was about. I just know it had something to do with a banana allergy.
Yes. They were. Somebody apparently during the encampments was allergic against bananas or something, they said. So there was a sign saying bananas not allowed on campus or bananas not allowed during the protests. And then a bunch of pro-Israel activists came with bananas. And then somebody made an angry tweet about this. Oh yeah, here I got it. Okay, I got it. Here. Linda Mamoon says there was a protester in the liberated zone at UCLA. Liberated zone. These people think they are in some war action movie. Liberated zone. There was a protester in the liberated zone at UCLA with a potentially fatal banana allergy.
Hey,
what?
You know who also tried to liberate a zone of the United States of America? The Confederates.
Yes. So that means that the pro-Palestine protesters are the same as the Confederates.
They have aligned with the rebels.
Counter-protesters invaded the encampment and saw all the no bananas warnings. The next day, they came back waving bananas like settlers waving machine guns. And
like settlers waving machine guns.
And smeared bananas everywhere. Like machine guns.
Here she is eating a banana.
Machine gun. This is apparently similar to settlers waving machine guns here.
Forget it. Don't waste your time. Why don't you go back and help your fucking people?
Look at her. Look at her eating a banana. Eating a banana the same way Jews eat the blood of little Gentile babies.
Imagine making a tweet like this, man. Oh, man. This is just ridiculous. Anyway, I saw this, so I decided to put a banana in my bio. Because apparently this is very dangerous. So, Greg J. Stoker says, under the anti-Semitism bill, I didn't read many of these tweets, actually. You could easily argue that the Bible is anti-Semitic and therefore illegal. Nope, you could not, because that's not what
You'd have to be insane.
Yes.
You'd have to be really, really stupid.
This clown from the UK says the US Congress just made illegal quoting from the Bible they swear their allegiance on, and all for Israel. Just think about that.
Yeah, 11,000 likes.
11,000
Must be
likes.
right.
The US Congress did not make it illegal to quote the Bible.
Almost 4,000 retweets.
And also did not make any such thing for Israel, and did not even make it illegal to attack or criticize Israel. However, 12,000 people now like it.
Yeah. What did they actually do? They did it for Jewish students in schools and on college campuses because they were not being adequately protected because the schools aren't sure how to say that what this person is doing is anti-Semitic discrimination.
No,
So
no.
all the bill does is clarify that. Say, schools, there's your definition. If people are doing that and if people are saying these things while discriminating against student, it's anti-Semitic discrimination, and you
Yeah.
have to make them stop.
No, it's the cable of Jews. The cable of Jews are infringing
cable.
upon our free speech by making it punishable by withdrawing government fundings to discriminate against Jews. This is against free speech. I want to take a few examples here from our dear chat, because there are lots of people here who express their strong feelings about this kind of stuff. Often people who are actually not part of this audience, who are just here for this. S. Draper says this bill is decidedly un-American. S. Draper, I'm looking out for your response. Can you explain to me why you think this bill is decidedly un-American? And please make it very concise and very firm.
Yeah. So if a bill says that at institutions that receive federal funding, education, places of learning, where you have students, that those places that receive federal funding cannot allow students, Jewish students, to be discriminated against specifically because they're Jewish. If you're saying that's un-American, then you're saying that what's American is discriminating against students because they're Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying it's fully American to discriminate against students because they're Jewish, and that your right to discriminate against students based on them being Jewish shall not be infringed upon by the federal government. That's what you're saying. So please explain to us. Please explain to us where you're getting that definition of. Wait, Carefer here says, David, that's a bad take. A bad take on what? You guys keep saying things without explaining.
No, it's a bad take, David. You can't say it.
All the bill does is say, here's how you identify whether a person is being discriminated against based on him being Jewish on a college campus or an elementary school that is receiving federal funding. And if you're saying that the U.S. government cannot say, hey, if you're receiving federal funding and you're allowing people, professors or whoever, to discriminate against a student specifically because he's Jewish, that what you're saying? How's that? How's this a bad take? If I say that's what the bill says, and if you have a problem with the bill, you have a problem, then what you're saying is it's decidedly American to allow, let's say, professors to discriminate against Jews. A professor can say, you know what? You just handed in your paper, but since you killed Jesus, I'm giving you an automatic F. Nothing wrong with that. You don't seriously. You think that should be allowed? That should definitely be allowed in the United States of America.
Diane Nordstrom, Section 8 talks about countering anti-Semitism online. Diane, what are you talking about? Because there is no Section 8 here in this bill. What exactly are you talking about? I don't even get it. That is free speech. What are you talking about? I don't.
Explain what you mean, Diane.
I don't understand. There is no such thing here.
Did you type the wrong number or what? Tell us what you mean, because we don't understand. You're saying Section 8 and there is no Section 8.
There is no Section 8 at all. It has 6 sections. Is
there an updated version that we somehow missed? What is it?
Maybe this was abrogated and Allah sent a new revelation or something. I don't know. Who was the person that I just asked for a clarification? S. Draper, Apostate Prophet, this allows an international organization and not an American electorate to define our laws. That is outrageous.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Why is there this bill? They say, hey, we need a working definition of anti-Semitism. Oh, here's one. Let's use that one. That group has no authority or power over the United States. They just said, hey, here's a definition. Let's use that definition.
Yes.
They had
If
that group has no power. That group has no power. In fact, the bill's saying we're adopting this definition because we think this is a good, balanced definition. That's what it's saying.
yes.
How? If my goodness, this is dumb.
This is what the bill does is say we need a working definition for anti-Semitism. The IHRA has a working definition for anti-Semitism, which can be used or which shall be used for reference in order to understand further definitions of what constitutes anti-Semitism. That's all it says. It doesn't give the IHRA any power over making any definitions. It simply uses it as a reference. That's it. Because and that wouldn't mean that the IHRA is introducing standards that are not part of American law. It is already part of American law and has been for decades that discrimination based on religion, gender, race, and so on is not allowed. And it has been law also that discrimination in education is would be punished with withdrawing funding. This only further expands or explains the definition of these things. That's all it is.
This Draper dude is a total doofus. He says they have the power of defining it, and guess what? If they change your definition to something that the U.S. says that's not a good working definition, they would just they would stop. They'll stop using it. The U.S. just said these guys get power to define anti-Semitism for all future purposes in any way they want, and that we have to apply it. Wrong. My goodness. Okay, let me go back to an example I used earlier. So suppose all of a sudden, like 6 months from now, there's this wave of anti-Catholic harassment and discrimination on college campuses, and the U.S. government says, "Hey, we need a way for schools to determine whether this discrimination is anti-Catholic in nature. How do we do that?" And suppose there's some website or something like that. Let's suppose that the website is like a Vatican website or something like that. And the Vatican website says, here's the criteria that we've been thinking about and we put together, and here are the criteria for how you can spot whether something is anti-Catholic discrimination. If a person says, "I hate Catholics," while doing it or something like that, or if they say, "You Catholics, you did this," and they have a list, and suppose the U.S. government said, "You know what? That's a good list. We actually agree with that list." And so we're going to use that. We're going to say, "Hey, we're using that list because we think it's a good list." Oh, you just handed over authority of the U.S. government to a foreign. My goodness, dude, this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with complete morons who can't understand words, who flip out over anything because they've been enraged by a Twitter mob. They woke up. This is what's trending on Twitter. This is what I'm freaked out about. Guys, you're allowed to do this in the you're allowed to look around and say, "Hey, we need a definition of this." Oh, that group, that international group, or that person, you could do it with a person. They could have done this with a person. They could have said, we are adopting this person's criteria as to what constitutes anti-Semitic discrimination. They could have said, this person has a good list and we're adopting that.
Yeah.
They could have done any of that. You're not handing over the authority of the United States of America to that person. Gosh.
Oh, you read this? Goat Noise Enjoyer said, "I just found out that Audible has a son of Hamas read by Mossab himself. That should be some ride."
And that is when I decided that I choose the cow.
Yeah. He has an episode with God's Sod, which I recently shared, where he gets even more messed up in his ideas.
It's funny because he adapts his rhetoric based on sort of the platform and host he has. You know what I mean?
Yes. You
know what I mean? Like he understands, "Hey, I'm with Gad Sad right now. I can say a few things."
Well, one thing he also said there is, I don't care about. I live a very good life. I have my family and people that I love very, very much.
And my Bugatti.
When I talk to them
Bugattis
about what I went through, they are surprised. They're shocked. I don't care about anything. But because of October 7th, because of genocide, I am here to talk again, and then maybe when Hamas is gone, I will go away again. So he doesn't care really about the consequences of being too sensitive and all that. He just says it as it is because he doesn't depend on anything. Apostate of Allah said, "Why do you guys explain things instead of just leaving these people stupid? If they can't take 5 minutes to read something, they deserve to stay idiots." Well, because I think that by clarifying something that is so dangerous and such dangerous disinformation and misinformation, we could possibly make an impact.
Yeah, there's
even
a
on a minor scale.
range. There's a range of people. On one end of the spectrum, you have the people who, it doesn't matter what we say. They're going to say that this is Israel controlling the U.S. government to have people arrested and to have the New Testament abolished and made illegal. And it does not matter what you say. They're still going to say that, right? But then you have all these people kind of in the middle who just woke up and saw, oh, Tucker Carlson said this. Oh, George Galloway said that. Oh, everyone's saying it. It must be true. Right? There are plenty of people in the world who are getting the impression of one thing, but if you actually gave them more accurate, reliable information, we'll go, oh, okay. Yeah, I can't trust the tweets. Now we've read it for ourselves. It's not saying what people are saying. It's not making the Bible illegal. It's not getting people sent into prison. It's not doing anything that people on Twitter are saying. Okay, I changed my view. So yes, we're not trying. I mean, we're going to state it because you can't tell where someone is on the spec. Like, put it this way: if we had Jake Shields sitting right here and we read that bill to him 9,000 times, Jake would still go, "Dude, that's saying you're going to jail for believing in the Bible," right? It would not matter what we said. But there are people who actually pay attention and listen. And matter of fact, I guarantee you there are some people who showed up to this live stream saying, "Oh, great, we're going to expose this thing." Oh, that's what it says. Oh, okay. Oh, that's not what I thought it was. There are
I have
people
plenty
like
of people on
that's who we're
Twitter.
trying to reach.
I have plenty of people on Twitter said so when I posted about this, they were like, "Okay, I don't understand it. Doesn't this make things illegal?" And I said, "No, it doesn't. Look, here's how." And certain people said, "Thank you, I get it now." So it does make an impact, even if it's on a smaller scale, and that's what we are here for. And also because personally, when I see dumb stuff like this happening, it makes me really mad, and I want to go out there and correct it, no matter how many people we reach. The same thing happened several weeks ago with the whole Christ is King issue. Candace Owens deliberately went out there with the Nazis, with the Groypers, and made it look like people are now trying to ban the expression Christ is King, and they're saying the phrase Christ is King is anti-Semitic, and Jews are saying it's anti-Semitic. So I went there, I went out on Twitter and online, looked at everything within context, and couldn't find a single notable Jewish person say the phrase Christ is King is anti-Semitic. Couldn't find a single person who actually said saying Christ is King is anti-Semitic. So I sat down to try and clarify it. And we did clarify it. David and I went live. We talked about it. We set the record straight. We demonstrated that nobody made such a claim, that this is just blown out of proportion by certain people who are trying to use Christian sentiments in order to further their anti-Jewish hate. And they're thereby, by the way, not just using people's sentiments, they're actually using Christianity and abusing Christian ideas and slogans in order to further their hate. And we did set the record straight. Did it change the opinions of most people? Did most people get informed because of us? No. Many of those, thousands of those people still go around thinking, oh, look, they actually believe saying Christ is King is anti-Semitic. But at least we did our part for truth, and that's what matters. And few people probably had their minds changed. That's what matters. Few people that I value had their minds changed. That's what matters. Of course, I don't care about these Nazis. If it was for me, they should all go to therapy or take the second option. Apostate of Allah said, no. I already read this. Who knows too much said, do you believe the Dawa clowns and pro-Palestinism influencers themselves believe all the lies they peddle to their intellectually molested audience? Yes,
No.
because they're very stupid.
No,
the Dawa clowns. Yeah, no, the Dawa clowns not. But they're
we know for a fact that the Dawa clowns know that a lot of what they say is complete lies. We know that. We know that for a fact.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Because sometimes you catch them. Sometimes you catch them saying one thing to one audience and the exact opposite to another audience. And
Yeah, I know
so
certain
you
people are
must hit.
liars, like Daniel Kikichu, Mohammed Hijab, Ali Dawah. These people are liars.
Mhm.
There are probably many others who actually believe in the dumb things they say, and they don't want to change their minds because they want to comfortably believe in whatever they believe in. So that's what they do. That's what they do.
Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
Sheikh Yura said, "What is different? What were the definition before? Nothing is different. It further just expands on the
What's different is before when you tell a university, hey, you're not allowed to since you receive federal funding, cannot allow students to be discriminated against based on their being Jewish. You say, okay, how do I know if discrimination is anti-Semitic or something else? Whose definition? Guess what? What should I go? This random guy? Should I use his definition? This random guy over here? Should I use Nick Fuentes? Should I go with his definition? Who do I listen to on this? All the government has said is this is the definition. This is how you identify whether the discrimination is anti-Semitic or not. If you're discriminating while saying you killed the Jew, I mean you killed Jesus, there is no Holocaust, it becomes clear that your motivation for the discrimination has something to do with this person being Jewish, rather than just I don't like this person's hair color or something like that.
Here's a Nazi account. They find Israel Now. This tries to pose as an anti-Zionist account. It's actually a Nazi account that promotes Hitler and all that, saying the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act made it illegal to preach the Bible. Lie. Here's what the Jewish Talmud says. And then it posts a meme that has been going around for 20, 30 years now, which includes none of these are actual quotes. These are supposed summaries from the Talmud. And I find one of these things very interesting, which is Gad Shas 2:2. Whenever I see this meme, I ask these people, can you please give me a link to Gad Shas 2:2? And they never respond. They never respond.
What about a link to Libra David? That's the one I also see. Libra David.
Oh yeah, that is also on one of these memes. Not on this one, but God Shas. So let's see where we can find God Shas 2:2.
Look it up.
This is weird. This is weird because when I Google God Shas, all I get is the source you quoted, God Shas, is not an abbreviation for any of the tractates of the Talmud, nor does it refer to any classical Jewish text. And then we have people asking, what in the world is God Shas? And then you have a completely different source, which is not God Shas. And people posting this meme again, God Shas. It's a completely made-up source. It doesn't exist. There is no such book nor such part in the Talmud. Completely made up. But these people want to give us information on what a currently passed act actually says.
But think about how that's connected to, because you can have like 50,000 of the groypers all saying the same thing and passing it around. It never crosses anyone's mind to actually check anything. But it's the exact same thing with the bill. People don't pay attention to what a bill or what anything else actually says. They pay attention to what group they're in and what we're supposed to be enraged about right now. And that's it. That's all that matters. Doesn't matter. Truth has gone out the window. All that matters is your emotions and what you're supposed to be flipped out about.
But of course, that's what God Shas 5:32 says. Christian never apologize for anything that the Bible teaches. I agree. And if any government ever tries to make it illegal to speak Christian truth, do it anyway. I agree. Gladly, no government is trying to do such a thing.
Yeah, fortunately, it's not happening. William. William Wolf. Parts of the Bible are illegal in America. Which parts are illegal in America? And show us the law. Show us the law. Dr. Anastasia Maria Lupus, tell us which parts of the Bible are illegal in the United States. But it says right here in the bill, the bill that says that this bill it cannot be used for anything to curtail people's freedom of speech in the United States. Interesting.
Stu Peters says, wait a minute, I blocked this person.
What's wrong with you?
I muted and then blocked this person. Who is this person? I don't even know.
Well, I don't know.
I guess that's Stu.
That's Stu Peters.
I was so disgusted by these by this person's tweets, I guess, where I thought, oh, mute this person. And then I saw it
Tweets
anyway.
are
And I was
so
like, oh,
powerful.
block this person. Even mainstream guys are acknowledging the grim reality that our own Congress just passed a bill making the Bible illegal. It's
AP
not
is
true.
AP is running from Stu Peters. Stewie. AP's running from Stewie.
Stu Peters, nobody, dear Stu Peters, nobody
Stupiders.
made the Bible illegal.
Hey, Stu Peters, you should your fans could be called the Stupiders because they're more stupiders than everyone else.
Hello, dear stupids.
Hey, shout out to all my stupiders down there who believe this idiotic nonsense I'm spouting.
Believing the Bible is now illegal in the U.S.
Hey, look at this idiotic thing right there. Look at the Marjorie Green. That's like,
oh my god,
that's someone who, again, Tucker Carlson. I think he's smart and he knows, and he's just being deceptive. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think, is probably just stupid, given what she said. Right? So anti-Semitism is wrong, but I will not be voting for the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act of 2023 today that could convict Christians. So you go to jail. Could convict Christians of anti-Semitism for believing the gospel that says Jesus was handed over to. Wait, no, this is an important point. The gospel that says Jesus was handed over to Herod to be crucified by the Jews. Why are you laughing? Are you laughing because you know how stupid this is?
Yes, I know, I do. But go ahead, continue.
The gospel. Okay, guys. When it says when Paul, for instance, talks about the Jews crucifying, it's understood what happens, right? He has his Jewish trial. The Jews had no authority to execute someone by crucifixion, so it gets brought to Pilate, and the Roman leaders, they're the ones with the authority to execute people, and he gets executed for. See, the Romans don't care. The Romans do not care if you're claiming to be, this or that, or if you're breaking this or that rule of Judaism. They do care if you're claiming to be another king who could be a rival to Caesar. So that's what the Romans are concerned about. So it's understood that Jews are involved, Romans are involved, and so on. What in the name of common sense here is she talking about being handed over to Herod to be crucified by the Jews? You have the part about Herod in Luke, I think Luke 23, where Pilate doesn't want anything to do with this. Like, oh, these Jews are all arguing about something. Oh wait, Herod's in town. Herod was in control of the region of Jesus. So he says, oh, okay, Herod's here. Let him worry about this. He hands him off to Herod. Herod thinks, ooh, cool, I could get Jesus to do a miracle for me. Jesus won't do a miracle. He sends him back to Pilate. She makes it sound like it was handed over to Herod and the Jews killed Jesus. To be crucified by the Jews, like the Jews and Herod are actually the ones that went up and crucified. But I mean, think about this. Like, what in the name of common sense is she talking about? Pilate sent him to Herod. Herod said, oh, you're not going to perform a miracle? Heck with you. And then sends him back.
This is the thing that I think of when I see these people who present all of this fake outrage about having their beliefs banned.
Sarah's right.
Somebody like Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I know there are people who are fans of her. No idea why, because they think, oh, she says it as it is. Yeah, she says the dumbest things out there as they are, or as they are in her head. I don't know, but she doesn't know anything about Christian beliefs. She doesn't know about the Bible. She doesn't know about the history. She doesn't know anything at all. But she presents this fake outrage, like, "Oh, I believe in the Bible."
She's making laws. This is who
I
we have.
believe in the Bible.
This
I
is who
believe in
gets
the Bible.
elected.
I don't know what it says, but I believe in the Bible so firmly.
This is who gets elected to make laws in the U.S.
Yes. Not only does she get the Bible wrong and the whole idea wrong, she also gets the law, the bill wrong, and she is actually a congresswoman who gets to have a say in making a law. David and I understand the bill better than she does, and she's a freaking congresswoman.
Yeah, and I understand how this happens when, you know how they'll do this and they're passing a bill and they all start tacking stuff on, and then it ends up being like a 1,500-page thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand there's no way you just got handed that and then you're going to come back with an accurate understanding of it by the next day when you have to vote. This 1,500 page document, this thing that literally takes 3 minutes to read. There's no excuse. There's no excuse. And again, I mean, I thought just because of tweets like this, I thought the language must be very confusing and it must be very difficult to understand. I was ready to say, shame on whoever wrote that. You need to clarify it. You need to rewrite it, make it as clear as possible. I read it and I go, this is already as clear as possible. I mean, it's like it's written so that a 6-year-old cannot misunderstand it, and everyone's misunderstanding it.
Look, this is literally what I did.
Which means that we have people making laws in Congress who cannot read on the level of a 6-year-old.
This is literally what I did. Yesterday, as people kept talking about this bill, I thought to myself, okay, well, they're talking about a bill that actually makes it illegal to criticize Israel. Okay, well, I need to look it up and see what it actually says, because it probably doesn't say that, and I'm pretty sure that they're misrepresenting it, but let me see. So I take my phone, I find the text or the link to the actual act, to the actual bill. I land on the summary page. I look at the summary very briefly and see, wait a minute, that's not what the bill is about. But what does the text actually say? So I think it might be a long and complicated text. So I go on the text, I look at the text, and I think, okay, benefit of the doubt. It could actually be saying something like that. Let me see. And I look at it, and it's very short. It's very short. And I read it.
Yeah.
And it clearly, at no point ever, says any such thing. And after reading it, I further see that some people are saying this bill makes it illegal to cite the Bible. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, wait, did I misread something here? I go back to it and read it again.
Yeah. By the way, that was the other thing I thought. I thought one, it's going to be really confusing, and two, I thought it's going to be like 50 pages long, and that's why people. In other words, that's why people aren't reading it, and that's why they're misunderstanding. It's just too long to read, and no one's reading it. And I look, I click on it, it's like, wait, this is short and very easy to understand. Now there's no guys, because there's this bigger problem going on. If everyone can take a document that takes 3 minutes to read and completely misunderstand and misrepresent it, how we're screwed. We're screwed. The whole country is going to go into a freaking uproar over a misunderstanding, and no one is willing to accurately read something that takes you 3 minutes to read. We're in trouble. We're in a lot of trouble.
Plus, after doing this, I'm like, okay, maybe, I don't know, maybe there's something more to it. Maybe I should look at what people are saying. So I go on certain media websites to see what they're saying. Then I go on critics to see what they're saying. I go on different pundits and all different kinds of people to see what they are saying. And I check all of the sources, and I go back once again and read this for the third time. And I read this for the fourth time, and I think, okay, people are retarded. And then I decide to sit down and make a video about it, or make a live stream about it. And I just can't believe the world that we are living in. I'm serious. I just can't believe that this is what we are dealing with. That these are the kinds of people like Marjorie that people actually elect in order to become lawmakers. That Tucker Carlson is somebody who is seen by thousands as a reliable source of information. And so on. It's incredible, man. And it makes me think, why even are we doing anything at all? Why even should I bother and sit down and try to correct this and try to explain what's actually happening? Why would I not just go and do something else with my day and my life? I don't know. But yet we are sitting here. Yep. She's stupid. I really want to have her across me and say, hey, you claimed that this law is making it illegal to say these things. Can you tell me exactly based upon which part of the bill you made that conclusion?
Section 8. You've already
Also,
been told, AP.
af-
It's in section 8.
after we're done with that, also, by the way, what did Herod do to Jesus?
Yeah. And the
Man.
Jews who
Yeah,
crucified him with Herod.
yeah.
Herod and the Jews. They got him.
Yeah.
Romans handed him over. Romans handed him over.
And why are you the only person who's talking about Jews handing Jesus to Herod? Why is nobody else outraged about this? Do you know something we don't know? Man, what a joke.
Hey, the Jews have secretly covered up section 8.
Okay, some people are still saying section 8. What in the hell are you people talking about?
No, I think some people I think are joking because I keep saying section 8, section 8. I think they're just saying section.
Yeah, okay, if you're joking, that's good. But there's just no section 8 in that bill. It has 6 sections, that's all there is. Herod. Anyway, knows too much. That ever seen this 9/11 video? Watch. I can't click on anything right now. And I'm scared to click on this, to be honest.
And who in the world's clicking on some 9/11 videos? It's like a million years ago.
Raisin Bread said, please read Sahih Bukhari's 2788 and 27777 something. 2789. Allah's messenger used to visit Haram bint Milhan, who would offer him meals. Haram was the wife of Ubadah. This is a very long hadith. What is this? Once visited her and she provided him with food and started looking for lice in his head. Then Allah's messenger slept and afterwards woke up smiling. Haram asked, what caused you to smile? Allah's messenger, he said, some of my followers who in a dream were presented before me as fighters in Allah's cause on board a ship amidst this sea caused me to smile. They were as kings on the thrones, or like kings on the thrones. Ishaq, a sub-narrator, is not sure as to which expression the Prophet used. Haram said, O Allah's messenger, invoke Allah that he makes me one of them. Allah's messenger invoked Allah for her and slept again and woke up smiling. Once again, Haram asked, what makes you smile, O Allah's messenger? He replied, some of my followers were presented to me as fighters in Allah's cause, repeating the same dream. Haram said, O Allah's messenger, invoke Allah that he makes me one of them. He said, you are amongst the first ones. It happened that she sailed on the sea during the caliphate of Muawiyah bin Abi Sufyan, and after she disembarked, she fell down from her riding animal and died. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
This is powerful.
Mm-hmm. You see? Equality in Islam.
This is powerful. Wow. Well, I'm happy for her.
Mm-hmm. She got what she wanted. She
I'm
fell off
happy
her
for
animal
her.
and
She got
died.
what she wanted. She disembarked, and then she fell down and died. That's pretty good. But you know what's worse about this whole thing? The way that these Arabs tell hadiths, the way that hadiths are told. And this happened again, and then it happened again, and then this and this happened. And instead of saying, and the same thing happened,
and that happened 3 times.
They just say the same thing again and again in all detail. Like, can you please just get to the freaking point? Sango says, oh, this is another idiot here. Sango says, AP, did you know about Iran, Hezbollah's criminal terrorist empire in the Americas? Drugs, human trafficking, weapons, acts of violence. Look into it. I heard of it, but they have to get their money somehow. Don't blame them for the hustle. Millennial Dissident said, I, like you guys, read the bill. Aware of the specifics you're pointing out, I simply fear it's going to result in masterpiece cake shop kind of issue.
Now, that is, yeah, you can be concerned about the trajectory. Right? You can be, or masterpiece. So I guess the idea that it becomes like the cake shop. So with the cake shop,
I'll take you to the cake shop.
Yeah, with the cake shop, it's hey, if we walk in there and we say, hey, we want you to make a wedding cake, a gay wedding cake. The idea there is
It's also called a getting cake, by the way.
Yeah. So if it's already an issue that if someone walks into 7-Eleven, you can't say, if someone walks into 7-Eleven and says, "Hey, I want a sandwich," or something like that, you can't say, "No, you're gay, get out of here." The issue with the wedding cake thing was that if you're making a wedding cake, you're adding artistic content, and can you require people to do art for something they do not believe in? Right? Like, can I go up to a painter and I say, "I want you to paint this message that goes against what you believe," or something like that. So that became a big legal issue. But so could this be used? In other words, if Jews, so the concern would be, are Jews going to be able to use this for a kind of inquisition on campus?
Inshallah.
Right? Like walk around and say, "Hey, you have to affirm this, or you're discriminating against us," or something like that. If you think of a way that it could be used, then I would agree that could be problematic. As the bill stands right now, I don't see the problem. But you're right; people can always take something and then apply it further. So it could be an issue.
For which you have higher courts and appeals processes and so on. I don't know. I don't think that there is a big concern here. This is
No, you'd have to wait until something happened. But that's true of all kinds of laws. Anytime you're going to make a law saying,
let's not make any laws, because what if somebody takes the law and twists it and all that? Raisin Bread said there are laws being created towards banning the Bible and also Christianity in Canada. Sharia law is on the way. The Muslims will be so happy. I don't know anything about that. Canadians are the worst people on the planet, so I'm not sure what this is about.
They're all super rude.
Yeah, terrible people. Terrible.
They get all hopped up on Tim Hortons coffee, and they get this big sugar rush from all the maple syrup they're drinking, and they go around and start oppressing Americans.
Yeah, you can't
Real
possibly have
stupid
peace
accents
around Canadians. It's terrible. Yeah.
And they elect people who look like they're from a boy band.
That's a valid point. Lord Stannis said a video of those dumb activist university students passing a freshly cooked burger through the fence and calling it humanitarian aid almost killed me. Did you see that video of them complaining about not receiving basic humanitarian aid on campus? It's so stupid. These people think they're in the war zone or something, man. Stupid babies. Did you see? Oh yeah, you saw Sheikh Suleiman Ahmed with Jeffrey Dahmer.
I finished your joke. People liked it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you did. Actually, you did. I understand. But I looked at this and I thought, wait a minute. People are pointing out that he kind of looks like a complete dork here with his outfit, but I thought, it's not that bad. But the thing is, it reminds me of somebody else. And I thought, who? Oh yeah, it reminds me of Jeffrey Dahmer.
Oh yeah. when I'm looking at how he's dressed, it reminds me of like Napoleon Dynamite or something like that. But yeah, you're right. The way he looks.
So I quickly I found this and I took his glasses and put them on Jeffrey Dahmer, and I thought, they look quite similar.
Well, I'm different. I'm different from Jeffrey Dahmer. I only eat Jews. I only eat the flesh of Jews. By the way, isn't it amazing? Like you say, okay, hey Nick, why you got such a problem with Jews? It's because they're trying to take over the world and subjugate us all and blah 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 blah. Wait, that's exactly what the guy you're standing with believes, right? What you accuse Jews of believing is exactly what the guy you're standing with believes, and you're uniting with him, which means what? It means you're not really concerned about someone who's going to take over the world and take over your country and pulling the strings behind it. No, you just hate Jews, and you're perfectly willing to unite with someone who's going to do all the things that you accuse Jews of doing.
Nick Fuentes, Groypers, you supposed so-called Christian LARPers. I have just one word for you. If you really so much care about Christians, just think just about one thing. How are Christians treated in the average Muslim majority country? How are Christians treated in the one Jewish country in the world? You will find very quickly and very easily that Christians in the Muslim majority countries are treated like dirt, are treated like second-class citizens who have to be quiet and who can't speak. In the one Jewish country, in Israel, Christians self-report and 84% say they are satisfied and happy with their lives. So do you guys really care about Christians? Or do you just care about yourselves and you use Christianity for your own things? And I am more Christian than you guys, although I'm not a Christian, and I also care more about Christians than you guys actually do.
AP
People are
loves
a
Jesus more than you.
You people are a disgrace.
Hey, by the way,
Disgrace.
little side note. Which one looks like a bigger dork? Hey, you should do a poll. You should do a poll based on this picture. Who looks like a bigger dork? I'm just saying, like pure, like if you saw someone, you'd be like, "Who's this dork?" Which one, Suleiman or Nick?
I have to say, Suleiman definitely looks much more like a dork than Nick does here. Like I think that Nick is a complete piece of dirt guy, but he definitely looks better than this dude here.
I would say, gosh, to me, they look, if I'm just going with, like neck up, they look equally dorky to me. If I factor in the clothes, then I would say Nick looks like more of a dork than even Suleiman. And that's saying something.
Yeah.
That's saying something.
Yeah. However, I don't want to further talk trash about these guys because I personally don't have a problem with gay couples. And I kind of want to leave them alone, and they look quite happy the way they are. So,
Hey, you should retweet this saying a picture of these guys announcing their marriage. Hey, retweet. Share that picture again and just say, "Gosh, guys, get a room." That's it. That's all you have to say. Get a room, guys.
well, I said I was sitting with my wife and I said he looks like Jeffrey Dahmer, and then she just said, "Is Jeffrey Dahmer and his next victim?" Yeah.
I got plenty of food for a year now with this guy. Chubby Suleiman.
There's just a difference with so you're saying that he would only eat Jews, but the Jeffrey Dahmer actually, according to his own confessions, he wanted to eat black guys because he loved them, and he had this idea of killing them and then preserving their bodies and eating them and making them part of himself and keeping their heads in the fridge so that they stay with him forever because he loves them so much. Nick Fuentes probably wouldn't do the same thing with Jewish people because he hates them. He would only do it with little boys.
Yeah, it would be more like the Hannibal Lecter thing. So Hannibal Lecter ate people to show his contempt for them.
Yeah. Anyway, enough about Nick Dahmer. Contemporary Compendium said, with all of the constitutional violations that go on without resolution daily, do you two really believe new laws won't be used as a weapon against someone? Nope, because there is no such concern, because that is not what this is about, and it will not and cannot be used to prosecute individuals for their opinions. This is about discrimination in educational institutions and so on, as mentioned. But any law can be misused, for which there are courts. Yeah. Apostate of Allah, only anti-Semites have a problem with this bill. Well, and people who are stupid, I would say.
Yeah, and it can also be, to be fair, it can also be people who aren't stupid, like as far as their IQ, but they're just too lazy to actually read it, and they just go, "Oh, everyone's flipping out on Twitter, therefore they must be right. How could everyone on Twitter be wrong?" And so that's a kind of stupid, but you could have 130 IQ and fall for that.
Yeah. Well, somebody earlier said to me, "Oh, so you're saying that everyone here is wrong and you are right?" And I thought to myself, yeah, but of course I'm not supposed to say that. Not supposed to say that. Just supposed to show it. Jesse said, "Okay, so I can still wear that scary Orthodox Jew costume with the funny hat this Halloween?" Yes, you can.
Yes, you're not going to be arrested for it in the United States.
Yes. T700E said, "I fear the rise in populism is connected to the rise in anti-Semitism besides the growth of Islam. Pundits on either side are becoming more and more extreme." I don't know. I don't have big worries about that. The wind will settle and things will return to normal. Unless we have people who eat children because they like little boys, like Nick Fuentes. Steve McLovin said, "How do we stop the Christophobes?" Well, there is one solution: Intifada revolution.
Globalize.
I don't know. By suing them for discrimination. Atomic Tree said, "Left wingers, Orange Man bad. Right wingers, guns and freedom." Mike Winger.
Yeah, I have to say that picture of Nick Fuentes and Suleiman, the only thing that picture was missing was Mike Winger.
Yes,
And then it would have been all the worst people in the world united.
that's true. MK Hogan said, "It's already illegal to discriminate based on religion or ethnicity here, though. Why do we need this? To expand the definition. No further explanation needed
Yeah.
at this point."
So that there is a standardized definition of of how you identify anti-Semitism.
Yeah. According to the UN, it is illegal for Israel to annex East Jerusalem, but it is legal for Jordan to do it. The UN passed in the past resolutions, which it took back, which it passed under pressure, which it passed because certain parties got their thing done, got their will done, and so on. But Israel contests and contends that as a result of aggressive wars against Israel, it has further occupied and annexed East Jerusalem and also the Golan Heights, which will just have to be accepted at some point. The UN serves good purposes in many regards and many terrible purposes in other regards. And I know David is going to say, if it was for me, I would abolish the whole thing. I don't know.
D. Wood is not a fan of the UN.
Cable of
It's funny. He's got Cable from the comic books, and that's what I was thinking when he's saying Cable and Jews. I thought about Cable from the comic books, but
immediately took the username. Pretty good. Cable of Jews says that Jake guy was right. The Jews sent me to come to the United States.
It's got Cable. He's got a yarmulke on with a Star of David on it.
I guess I can come clean now that my cover's blown. Ezra Gregory says, "I've also heard people using Jesus' trial at night by the religious leaders as anti-Semitic propaganda. And the reason a lot of anti-Semites think this bill is trying to ban the New Testament. They're all wrong. No such thing happening." D. Boudreau, "The Supreme Court has ruled." I don't know why there are 70 super chats. This doesn't usually happen. D. Boudreau said, "The Supreme Court has ruled that Christian organizations can discriminate against homosexuals due to their deeply held religious beliefs. Can Muslim organizations then discriminate against Jews due to theirs?" Discriminate against homosexuals due to their. I don't think that they can specific. I don't think that is the resolution actually of their right to discriminate. But I would say it would be like in the whole cake case, if certain Muslims are asked to express certain things that they vehemently disagree with, then they could do that. But yeah, this is something that I would have to further think about and look into in order to give a proper response to. David, anything?
I'd have to see what that is about. And then like so in other words, if it's a Catholic church doesn't have to perform a gay wedding, or if they don't have to have a gay priest or something like that, or something, I don't know what you're talking about. And then the question is, how would that apply? Would that mean that Muslims can go around saying they hate Jews or something like that?
Inshallah.
So you have to see whether it's an actual parallel.
Yep. Knows too much that anti-Semitism is a bad term coined by an ignorant 18th century German. Semitism is nonsensical. It should be replaced with anti-Hebrew and anti-Judaism for the ethnic and religious components, respectively. This is actually factual. The term anti-Semitism was popularized by someone who hated Jews. Very ironic that people now they are like, "Oh, anti-Semitism. I hate that term. Why are Jews going around and saying that?" It was actually coined by somebody who didn't like Jews and who wanted to distinguish between being against the religion and being against Jewish people as a as a race or as a people. And it was then when Semitism was used for, or Semitic was used for certain people who spoke a Semitic language, it was adopted as a proper term. However, nowadays, Semitic people is no longer used as an actual term to describe an ethnicity. It is considered outdated and no longer technically accurate. However, this term is still in use because it was created for the purpose of hating Jewish people as a people. Complicated topic. Would always recommend looking it up, but anti-Semitism was coined and especially popularized by a dude who didn't like the people at all. Raisin Bread said there are Christians who have been displaying anti-Semitic attitudes quite a lot lately. How can they call themselves Christians and hate Jews? Have they not read Genesis 12:3 of the book of Esther?
Well, I mean, you don't have to specify. You say, as a Christian, how are you supposed to be hating anyone?
Alhamdulillah. Yeah. That's what they do. Apostate Joe Smith made a super chat of $6.66. Not suspicious at all. And said anything in there about banning gold Bibles. Please accept this offering, totally not a bribe, in exchange for your sincere outrage if it does. Yes, definitely. And I'm very mad about it. Sheikh Ura says, suggestion for anti-Semitism field test. Place Star of David in front of offender's face. If loses his mind, not fit to drive, no reaction, good to go. This is a good solution. I will introduce this to Marjorie Taylor Greene so she can make a lot of this. Contemporary Compendium said the Second Amendment specifically says shall not be infringed, yet the government does. But you two go ahead and believe when the government says this won't infringe on the First Amendment. This does not make any sense.
No, it doesn't. This is one of the people who says, "Oh, since your right to form a militia and bear arms shall not be infringed." I think, oh, that means that you should have a right to any sort of weapon, up to and including a nuclear weapon. Oh, but the government doesn't let you do that. Therefore, they're infringing upon your right.
Okay. As said, the law.
It says well-regulated militia. Don't forget that part.
Yes, the law in question, the bill in question, the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act does not in any way infringe upon anyone's First Amendment
It's
rights.
actually in the bill that it
Yes.
can't.
And
in the bill. If someone ever tried to use it, say, you can't say this. Wait a minute. It says it right here in the bill.
you know why it is
But I
in the bill? You know why it is specified in the bill? You're saying, oh, just because they're saying it can't infringe on the First Amendment, that doesn't mean that they're actually going to do it. Well, sorry, but it's specifically in the bill because if somebody is charged or accused for something which is under protection of the First Amendment, they say, hold on. You can't technically hold me, prosecute me based on this because this law that you are citing specifically says that I still have my First Amendment rights. So you can't continue. There you go. So the law itself, as is, upholds the First Amendment and protects somebody from being prosecuted in contradiction with the First Amendment. But as specified, the law is also not about the First Amendment or about speech anyway. It is about discrimination based on anti-Semitism. This is so exhausting. Steve McLovin said, are Ilhan Omar and the other Muslims in Congress calling the bill Islamophobic for banning the Quran for anti-Semitism? I haven't seen what Ilhan Omar said about this at all, or if she said anything at all. Would be interesting to check. Heat Blair, glad they didn't mention our space lasers. Phew. Yeah, Marjorie, she's afraid of space lasers.
Starting the forest fires.
Space lasers.
Jewish space lasers.
Mike Roach says, AP is an evil atheist who wants the Bible banned. Well, can you blame me?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I do.
That's what they do.
That's what they do.
Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
Cook and Pick said this whole thing reminds me of Dave Chappelle's story about getting a snowball thrown at him, then the assaulter saying the bad word and earning himself a hate crime modifier. I don't know about that.
Yeah, so I remember that story. It was Dave Chappelle. He said his sister is like wears like a niqab or something like that, and he says so she's like serious Muslim. He says he's walking with her, and guy hit threw a snowball or something like that. But then because the guy said something about Muslims when he threw it, he said, "Oops, now that is actually felony hate crime because of what he said, because of the motivation." So yes, that's the actual situation. If someone throws a snowball at a person or woman or something like that on the street, there is a hate crime modifier that under certain circumstances can actually be a more serious crime.
Jeez, look at this man. This guy's getting unhinged by the day. Jake Shields saying, Goebbels was in a situation every father hopes never to be in. As the Soviets marched on his bunker, he heard they were raping their way through Germany. Knowing that they would torture and rape his children, he decided to take matters into his own hands. He killed all 5 of his daughters and his only son before taking his own wife along with his wife.
This guy actually...
life. What would you do?
Wait, this guy's seriously sitting around posting, trying to get sympathy for Goebbels? This is getting bad. He's going full on Nazi, man. He's going full on Nazi.
What needs to be said further is that the reasoning between Hitler and Goebbels killing themselves and their families was not quite like this. It was more about, I will not be defeated and humiliated by the enemy. I will rather take my own life and also those of my own family. I ain't letting that happen, which is understandable. Because these guys also thought they thought of human life as completely worthless and dispensable. They thought if somebody doesn't get the job done properly or doesn't serve the greater purpose, just kill them. That's it. Foremost, of course, the Jews, who were lesser people to them. Goebbels is the one, by the way, who has the most hateful, most messed up speeches. Who is probably who is considered the brain behind Hitler's many extremely sick anti-Semitic speeches. And here is this absolute imbecile, who, by the way, is a giant coward. This absolute imbecile and coward who had his brain smashed so much that it turned him into a ridiculously stupid Nazi bastard who says cable of Jews instead of cabal of Jews. He's actually here sitting and praising Goebbels. The guy who gave a speech and said, the Jews, they were laughing. They aren't laughing anymore as Jews were being mass killed. Well, this is what you get. And these are the guys who are supposedly crying about Israel oppressing people and committing a genocide. The same guys who actually want to applaud and commit a genocide against Jews. These absolute bastards, the scum, the filth, the scum of the earth. The lowest of life form, the lowest of humans, the filthiest of scum. This guy is so far that he even goes and attacks Alex Jones over being controlled by the Jews. Man, what a bastard. The same guy who is so stupid. I wanted to post a screenshot of that earlier. He made a post somewhere saying, posting about police cracking down on protesters in Georgia. There's just one problem with that. Let me see if I can find it here quickly. Was that here? Oh boy. Here, well, let's see what this is.
Wait. Georgia, is he going to not understand the difference between different places called Georgia? Is that what's going to happen? I'm just thinking, like, how could Jake Shields?
You got it.
Is that it?
You got it. I have to find the tweet quickly.
Oh boy! Wow,
Yeah.
super smart dude.
Look at this. Look at this. Jake Shields says riot police attack peaceful protesters in Georgia using water cannons. Look at the community note. This is about the country of Georgia protesting a pro-Russian government, not about Palestinian protesters in the U.S. state of Georgia.
Wow.
Oh my
Wow.
God. These people are really paying the dumbest people online to do their propaganda. It's really amazing. Really, really amazing. Man, this is what we're dealing with. And of course, the same dumbest people also become Nazis, because Nazis are dumb. Joshua says, hey, AP, thanks for all you do. What was the reason your wife left Christianity? God bless. David Wood is Allah's biggest enemy, and we are proud of. I am Allah's biggest enemy. What are you talking about, man?
I am.
I would leave that to my wife. I wouldn't want to speak for her. She came to her own conclusions and all that. Yeah. Or I can invite her maybe on stream, and I could give her a whiteboard and let her explain for herself. Yeah.
Allah's biggest enemy is one who will call himself King of Kings.
Ooh. Mankind's Prophet said, thank you so much. I've been trying to show that image for days. David Wood, I love you like a brother. AP, you two are teaching the world and keep doing what you're doing. 72 versions. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
72 space versions.
MRK said, hang on, I'm no longer allowed to hit somebody while screaming racial slurs. What is the world coming to? Next, they'll let women vote. Or worse, drive.
Mm-hmm.
These are very legitimate concerns. I fear for the day that women will be allowed to vote. Children of the Light says, evil is synonymous with stupidity. Think on it. Huh. I don't know.
No.
I do
totally wrong. No.
Thomas Perez says, since the bill hinges on the Civil Rights Act of 1964, it makes sense that the bill would be applied to instances of discrimination within programs and activities receiving federal financial assistance. Yep. That's primarily what this is about. It's not about forbidding people. And again, I mean, we were talking about it specifically because stupidity like this here gets so much approval and traction. There's not even a community note. There's not even a proposed community note. Soon this passage of the Bible will be illegal and you will go to prison for sharing it. And then it cites 1 Thessalonians 2:14-15. You will go to prison for sharing it. I'm sorry, no matter where you are on this whole issue, if you agree with the bill or not, this is just ridiculously, obviously false. If you're not aware of that, then you don't know anything. You are totally ignorant. And people share this kind of stuff as if it was true. Running Decade X says, how is it anti-Semitism if there is parental consent? Make you enjoyer Matt Taibbi's Hate Inc. feels more relevant than ever with all these stupid claims. Also, David Wood, what should we make of John Chrysostom's anti-Jew stuff?
I don't think you have to make anything of it.
Why not? How about you make an airplane?
These regular guys are not divine authorities that we have to accept everything they say.
What if you make a cake out?
You can look at Martin Luther or anyone else and say, okay, I agree with them on that, and I disagree with them on that.
David just said Martin Luther is a Luther.
That'd be a funny character for something, Martin Loser.
Man. I see that, by the way, too. Like some Nazis coming out there and posting a screenshot of Martin Luther on the lies of the Jews and their lies or stuff like that. Not ever going into the context, not ever taking Martin Luther's words throughout his life into consideration and all that. It's just people just use whatever they want. The same way they jump onto the Muslims board at the moment, or the Muslims train at the moment, to ride with them to hate the Jews. If people actually want to know what Nick Fuentes thinks about Islam and Muslims, you should probably go back and check some older videos that are not even very distant to see what Nick Fuentes actually thinks about Muslims and about Islam. Right now, he's acting like, oh, Muslims are cool. We're best buddies, because it serves the purpose of hating the Jews. What he actually thinks about Muslims is stuff that I don't say. So go check it out. Big Zeman said, why this bill infringe on my paganism? Because it can.
No, he said, will it? No.
Will it? No, it doesn't. Autumn Sun said, Shapiro thinks it may be problematic. I don't know what Shapiro said, but Shapiro is Shapiro, and I'm not Shapiro. I will get back to this. Toasted says, Pontius wanted to save Jesus. Jews pushed him to it. Alhamdulillah. David, what do you say about this? Are the Jews guilty?
You had Jews there who were involved in all of this.
David is saying every Jew today is guilty of killing Jesus.
Yeah, that's the issue. How do you say this group did it, therefore, like, notice you could say Pontius Pilate, what a coward. He sentenced a man to death that he didn't think was really guilty of anything. Shame on him and all his future descendants. Let's track down all the future descendants of Pontius Pilate and shame them and blame them for what Pontius Pilate did. Do people really not understand why there's something really weird about that?
Was he a proper Roman? Was he like a proper Roman from Rome?
Pontius Pilate? I mean, most of the Romans were not from Rome. They were from the Roman Empire. I'll look him up. Pontius Pilatus.
I mean, was he a Latin Roman guy or not? Because if he was, then I must say that Italians are guilty for.
Nothing is known about his life before he became governor of Judea, and nothing is known about the circumstances that led to his appointment to the governorship.
Anyway, he was Roman, so I blame the Italians. How dare you, Italians! You Italians, you killed Jesus. Perdition says, we, the 26%, know your interpretations aren't Guara. Okay, that's good. If it's not Guara, that's fine. Diddy Grape Alidawa says, a grape a day keeps the child bride away.
We have to go through that grapist skit one day, because that's people will love that. I'm gonna grape you in the mouth.
Yes.
As a grape soda commercial, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna tie you to the radiator and grape you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tie your parents down and grape them.
Wait, so considering that Jesus called himself a Jew, and that Jews are the ones who killed Jesus, can we then say that Jesus killed Jesus?
Yeah, something like that, since you can blame all Jews for something. Yeah.
See, makes sense. Yep. Rhodes says, is the mess because of Candace and Tucker? Candace definitely boosted the whole mess. Tucker is currently milking and boosting it as well. But yeah, it's not just because of them. It's because people are stupid. Lucid says, did you know that there's an engraving of Mo in the Supreme Court building? Yes, I do. I wonder why Muslims haven't gone after that yet. It's not a very well-known thing. And it's kind of like a fictional depiction of Muhammad as a lawmaker. Do you know anything about it? Do you know what that looks like, David? Have you ever talked about it or looked into it?
No, not really.
Based.
I mean, I've seen the thing before, but yeah, I've never paid much attention to it. Okay, I cannot find. I was trying to figure out Pontius Pilate's background. Can't find anything.
Pontius Pilate, tell us who your father is.
Just Roman. That's it. That's all I know.
He was a true Roman. A pusillanimous leather strap on Zabiba machine of the cow says golden shower. I agree with this entirely.
I think it's
You're-
lame. I
That's
think
what
it's
they do.
lame that person did not have grape anywhere in his name.
Yeah, should. Missed opportunity. Mr. Opportunity. K-pop Ballad says, shouldn't this bill be a Supreme Court ruling? I'm not entirely sure how that works.
No,
But no, probably not, because
No.
it's not on that level at all.
no, and yeah, this is a bill. This is a bill making one sort of expansion of the current law. It's just saying, here's how you're going to identify what constitutes anti-Semitism in a case of discrimination. That's it. But that's a legal matter. That's not. I mean, that's a matter of law. Congress is saying, hey, this is going to be part of the law that the U.S. Department of Education is going to use in deciding these issues. The courts would be interpreting the law, but I guess you could say that the court could say, how are we going to interpret anti-Semitism or something like that? But as far as making it a law that you're going to go with this definition, that would be a matter for Congress, seems like.
Wow, I'm amazed right now because as I was looking through the tweets, I found that one of the people that I think are total dopes actually said something accurate here. Ian Miles Cheong said, no, Congress did not vote to make the Bible illegal. Who is saying this? Wow, this is amazing.
That is
Can't believe
correct.
that this guy seems to be one of the reasonable voices in this whole discussion, because he just jumps on whatever there is often. Not always, but often. Wow, much respect for this one good take, dear Ian Miles Cheong. Peter Henland said, fading conservative media figures like Tucker Carlson desperate to maintain their cultural relevance. Yeah, but unfortunately, it's not just him. It's thousands of people. Thousands of people.
Wait, you had someone there saying, no, they're making it illegal. Saying that Jesus was killed by a specific group is something they're trying to make illegal. That is true. No, they are not. TM.
No, they're not making it illegal.
But I saw in a tweet
Hey.
that it was. I saw in a tweet that it was Marjorie Taylor Greene, the great Bible scholar, and
But look, I highlighted this part of the bill. Look at this. It says, I don't know what it says, but it makes it illegal. Man, people.
people are super smart.
Ayatollah Khamenei said, first they came for the banana, and I said nothing because I was not a banana. Then they came for the grape, and I also said nothing. Finally, they came for my goats, and no one was left. Man, this is so disrespectful. I love it. Fox McCloud said, is there any possibility to stretch the description to infringe on someone's rights? Just asking. Nope. Not in this way. There would be a twisting and misuse of the law, which would be contested and brought in front of.
Well, I just want to say, if you want to say any possibility, yes, but you could do that with any law. So, and by the way, that's what you have courts for. And if you have some local court that screws things up, that's why you have appeals court, and that's why you can always appeal straight up to the Supreme Court if someone is misusing the law.
Yes.
So there's always a possibility someone's going to take a law and use it to overstep what they're doing. But that's a problem with jerks, with having like a jerk police officer or a jerk prosecutor or something like that, or a scumbag or something like that, who's enforcing the law and gets to, what you did is that's a violation of blah blah blah. That's why you go over to higher court, and then that person gets exposed.
Yeah. Okay, I see what Ben Shapiro said. Ben Shapiro said, our campuses are left-wing activism training centers. Remove their taxpayer funding. West Virginia minors should not subsidize gender studies major Hamas fans. The solution is not to pass a bad bill adding yet more free speech violations to the giant free speech violation that is Title VI. Here is the funny thing. Ben Shapiro says something and adds to this discussion. And Ben Shapiro would be the last person to deliberately misinterpret something for an anti-Semitic purpose or to appeal to certain right-wing people. So I'm really curious to hear out why exactly he would think that that is a free speech violation. But s- uh, if a law prevents people or institutions from discriminating based against people based on collectively accusing them of certain things or of using stereotypes against certain things, I would say that that is definitely not a free speech violation. That is common sense. It's already part of the law. I'm not entirely sure what he's going for here.
Oh yeah, to be clear, it seems like he's one of the people who has a problem with Title VI in general. Like there are people who have a big problem with the idea of hate speech at all, right? Like even modifiers. If you assault someone, it doesn't matter what you're saying. So you could be saying, "I'm doing this because you're Hispanic, and I'm going to beat the crap out of you because you're Hispanic." And say, "Okay, you charged with the attack, but you're not adding anything based on what the person said." So there are people who think that way. It sounds like he has a problem with Title VI in general, and therefore, in other words, with these modifiers of discrimination, whether it's based on religion or race or something like that, and he's saying that's all bad. So don't do that with Jews either.
Okay, so I see. I get what you mean. So his problem is with the existence of Title VI in and of itself, not with the bill that is currently being passed. His problem is just that the Title VI is already problematic
because that's what it is. It's an expansion. It's a clarification and expansion of the violations of Title VI.
So he thinks Title VI is bad. There is no need to add anything to it. Instead of that, do something else. But his problem is not with the bill itself. So he doesn't think that the bill itself is the problem, but the Title VI is. Okay, I get it. Still a weird objection to me, but yeah, whatever. Whatever. Still, in my opinion, a very weird objection and very unnecessary. But whatever. Nissan said, "I'd never read the bill, but Twitter says it's bad. And even after you've explained it to me very slowly, I'm still completely confident you're wrong." This is the attitude. See, this is the right attitude. You need to come here, listen to it, read the bill for yourself, and still go to Twitter and believe what Jake Shields says. This is the right attitude. This is why we exist. This is why we are doing this. Alhamdulillah. Michelle G says, "I'm so tired of stupid people. If any other ethnicity was harassed and or attacked, it would be met with harsh punishment." I know, but you can't attack Jews because
they're Jews.
Because they're
Jews.
Fox McCloud says, "Americans have natural distrust of the government." Well, that's right. That's about right. However, I always find it quite hypocritical that even those who have some distrust of the government always want to implement new laws to deal with that distrust. They want to implement laws by the government to prevent the government from doing things that they think the government should not be able to do. Very interesting stuff. Apostate, prostate, proud Irishman says, "The laws allow the Jews to tunnel under Washington." This is true, yeah. That's what the laws are specifically about. It explicitly says, the law says, "This law hereby authorizes Jews to dig tunnels under Washington."
That's Section 8.
That's actually Section
9. That's the hidden section.
Oh yeah, but it's Section 8. Section 8 hints at it, but then Section 9 explicitly says Jews are hereby from now on allowed to dig under Washington. Yeah.
And what's amazing is people who are watching are going to then go to it and look for it, and they won't find it. Why? Because the Jews.
Because the Jews are hiding it. Herodotus says, "God bless you all, but people are afraid of how these laws will be or can be easily abused and misused. No need to attack those who are concerned. Christ is king."
If you want to say, "Hey, there's a potential," if you want to say there's a potential for this to be abused or something like that, yeah, true. But you could do that anyway. This was not adding any potential means of abusing the law. In fact, usually clarifying things usually helps avoid abuse. Clarifying a law, making it clear that, hey, we're going with this criterion and not any random criteria. Because keep in mind, without the clarification that this is the definition we're going through, if there's no definition, if there's no official definition, then I can walk up and say anyone is being anti-Semitic and discriminating against someone, right? I just walk up and say, I define anti-Semitism as looking at me, and I don't like people looking at me. So clarifying things usually helps avoid. But if you're just saying, our problem is not with someone being concerned that in the future this could somehow be misused. Our problem is people saying that it just did something that it didn't do. They're just saying the Bible was banned. That's false. They're just saying people are going to go to prison over that. That's false. So,
yes, that's false. Christopher said, what's the deal with Sahih Muslim 146? That's a good point.
like a snake.
Gornos Boltos said, how do you respond to people like Varg Vikernes who don't like Christianity because it's not European and say things like the Christians killed the natives? I would say, Varg Vikernes, stop Vargen. That's what I would say.
Killed what natives? What natives are you talking about?
The natives of Mars. Michelle G said, being of a certain ethnicity, I am so disgusted when I see what is happening to the Jewish people. You were correct in saying what's happening now proves the need for a Jewish state. Alhamdulillah. What ethnicity are you? What are you? Identify yourself now. But yeah,
Yes,
no, definitely what's happening right now in the world totally proves the point of Zionism.
Yeah, whatever else happens, ladies and gentlemen, the fact that people in any Western nation on the planet can just wake up one day and a switch is flipped and they all start calling for the destruction of Jews and so on, and on the drop of a dime. Whatever else they have done, they have made an airtight case for why the Jews need a homeland. Like airtight. You cannot trust other people when you know for a fact they could just wake up one day and say, we hate Jews.
Varg Vikernes is a Norwegian black metal something who is also a murderer and an arsonist. What in the world am I looking at? I didn't have to know all that.
Yeah. This is what you do? This is how you run your shows?
That's what I do. That's what I do. My wife made an important point here. She said the law allows Jews to make more secret laws that give Jews more rights than all other humans. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what they do. That's what it does.
John Mack said Section 8 was written in disappearing ink.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, that'll be the next, what was that movie, National Treasure? Nicolas Cage has to go find the missing Section 8.
That's funny. That's funny. Pan Schmans, they won't let us quote the Book of Council of Nicaea anymore. You're finished, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, we couldn't quote it anymore because it was removed.
You're finished already. Look at me. Look at me. You know you're done.
Running Decade X said, I'll wait for Mohammed Hijab and Daniel Kikic's opinion before making up my mind on this bill. This is the way. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so happy that you do this. I'm proud of you.
We're proud of that.
Cheryl R says, looks like this is a bill making Trump's 2019 EO law. EOs can be
Executive order.
overturned by the stroke of a president's pen, where a bill has to go through the entire legislative process. Am I missing something? Not sure what you're missing. Not sure what you're missing.
So Trump issued it as an executive order. Yeah, if it's going to be law, it's supposed to go through Congress, which it is now.
Yes. Carol B, because I have the right to yell Christ killer at Jewish people whenever I want, because the New Testament, so many good Christians have exercised their right for 1,500 years. God forgive them.
Keep in mind, when we're talking about a right, it doesn't mean you're right. It means that you are not punished by the government. The government allows you to say it. And yeah, you can say that.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So if according to United States laws, I have the right to say I am a 50-foot man. So does that mean that I'm not therefore right when I say I'm a 50-foot man?
Yeah, you can say all kinds of things.
Huh. Interesting. Didn't know that. I thought when I say it, then I become 50 foot tall. Dora said, didn't Jews yell his blood be on us and our children?
Yeah, if I do something messed up and I say, this blood be on me and my children, are my children responsible? You're saying if I say it, then they're responsible.
Yes, they are
Is that what you're
responsible.
saying, Dor? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
It's just amazing how people read stuff and they go, yeah, well, if they said it, then they are responsible.
Yeah.
So that's why we blame the Jews today. We go around saying, hey, Christ killer, get off my campus, and we beat him up.
Yeah.
My goodness.
That's how it works. That's how it works. Razi said, "I lost my job. You see, Allah's curse is upon me." Yeah.
No, it's the Jews.
Yeah.
The Jews took your job.
Well,
how many times are you going to put up the same comment?
Apostate of Allah said, Isaiah 53:10-11 says, "It pleased the Father to bruise the Son. So why are these people mad? Technically, we all put Jesus on the cross because of our sin. These Christians need to fix their theology." See, you're trying to be a good Christian, and that is just not the way. You're supposed to just hate people.
Yeah. Apostate of Allah, you need to go to Nick Fuentes and figure out how to interpret the Bible.
Yeah. Whatever. Don't try to follow scripture. Follow Nick Fuentes and interpret whatever you see as, I need to hate Jews. This is the right way. I thought it was clear now. Herodotus said, 1 Thessalonians 2:15, Jews who both killed the Lord Jesus and their own prophets have persecuted us. They please not God and are contrary to all men. God bless everyone here. Look, here, you see?
Yeah. Didn't we actually go through that passage?
Yes, we did. We did. You know about Rebecca, right? Rebecca, whom we met in Israel and who now has her own channel, Rebecca.
I thought you meant the 3-year-old bride of Isaac.
No, not her. No, Rebecca. Rebecca, who also has her own channel. She's, of course, she killed Jesus. You know? Because
yeah, she did.
Because why? Because she's Jewish.
Yeah, keep in mind. So again, in this passage, Paul says, hey, you guys, you Greeks, are now experiencing the same thing. You've become imitators of the churches in Judea because your own people are coming after you the same way the Jews came after Jesus and his followers. So the reasoning of people is, well, therefore, since Jews did that, therefore you can blame them even today. I have no idea how that works. If I say, hey, Jews did this, I have zero clue how you do not apply the same thing to Romans or the same thing to Greeks or the same reasoning to anyone else. But no, it's important. You got to do it.
You see right here. Typical. You see it right in her face. She killed Jesus.
She did it.
Shout out to Rebecca, by the way. Rebecca Barsef. Go subscribe to her channel. She's doing great work. See Starshine says, ignorance is bliss. Watching it on Twitter is painful. Anyway, does anyone really know what a Garga tree is? I want to know, but I think it's a myth. They have interpretations of what a Garga tree actually might be, but they don't really know how to pronounce it, which is why nobody can get one. Michelle G said, common sense has gone out the window, but God, if it was not for him, I would be in total despair. 2 Timothy 3:1-9, I so glad I believe. Alhamdulillah. Be happy. Don't worry. Be happy. James X says, wait. I always find my wife's humor very good. That's the face of a killer. This is obviously the face of a killer. Yeah, I know. That's exactly what it looks like. That's what a killer looks like. So, James X said, why wouldn't these rules be used by leftist admins to expel Christians from school for quoting certain Bible scriptures out loud? Because that's not how it can be used. Because there would have to be mass discrimination, mass harassment, or mass discrimination in certain activities or places of roles within the educational system, where they would be discriminating against certain people based on their Jewishness or their Jewish nationality or whatever it is. Plus.
And by the way, I've been a Christian for a long time. We're going to see Christians. It's a see the Jews did it right here. Everyone hear me on campus. So that would even even for the possibility that someone's going to apply this, you'd have to have Christians doing it. You'd have to have Christians doing it. You'd have to have Christians yelling, "Hey, let's go through the passages of the Bible and talk about how the Jews did this. See, the Jews did it." Yeah, and then it would have to be in the context of Christians, these Christians somehow discriminating against the Jews, and this is the basis of it, and so on.
Base. Yeah. Jan says Groypers are a cult of personality centered around Nick Fuentes. They're not really Christian. They're so pathetic. They're
kind of bottom of the barrel. They're kind of bottom of the barrel. I mean, I have to say, I think they're worse than the Dawa fans, man. The Groypers, it's like you get to bottom of the barrel. Used to be like Dawa fans, and now you got Groypers underneath there.
I did make a tweet recently in which I said that they're even worse than the Islamists, and I stand by it entirely. And I just want to read it just because it felt very, very, very satisfying when I made that post, and I just want to reiterate what I said in there once again, because I stand by it entirely and firmly believe in it and think, I just want to say it. I just want to say it. That's just what I do. I just want to say it.
Oh, Sir TDS just posted in the chat, Romans fed Christians to the lions too. Yeah, so we were thinking of the Roman involvement in the crucifixion of Jesus with the Roman authorities and so on, and lashing him and mocking him and then killing him and so on. But yeah, I mean, the Roman Empire continued persecuting Christians for centuries. So in theory, we should be blaming all those guys right now for centuries of Christian persecution. And you could basically pick groups. I mean, look what the Japanese did to Christian missionaries at certain times and so on. You just gotta keep blaming everyone for everything that any of their ancestors ever did.
Well, I just hate Christians, and I can never forgive Christians because of what they did to the Knights Templars. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's messed up.
They collected them and tortured them and executed them and got rid of the most beautiful looking Crusader group out there. They killed the Knights Templars. This is why I will never forgive Christians. This is why I hate Christians. And every Christian is guilty for killing the Knights Templars.
Hey, A.D. Acevedo says Rebecca was on Frank Stevens live today. You heard that?
Who's Frank Stevens?
Don't know. I'm about to look it up.
No. First I need to find out who Frank Stevens is. Is it related to Yusuf Islam? I don't know.
You don't know.
Yeah. So here's the tweet that I made. To all the neo-Nazis or so-called Groypers, nobody likes you. Right now you have some momentum because you are useful idiots due to your low intellectual capabilities and your parasitic habit of jumping on every opportunity to display your pathetic hate for Jews. You are even lower than the Islamists. At least they have some sense of community and a purpose, as destructive as it may be. You, on the other hand, are worthless bodies who only come together because they hate another group whom they want to blame because they are miserable. Terrible English here. You are the scum of the earth. And you hate yourselves as much as everyone else hates you. The Zionists want to build. Islamists want to build their own messed up world. The progressive anti-Zionists are deluded by their twisted sense of injustice. You people, on the other hand, are just aimless savages who will never get anything done because you are self-absorbed pricks who will only destroy and eventually be destroyed. In fact, you are so pathetic that most of you are anonymous. Not even your own community sees your faces. You follow one or two idiots and hide behind cartoon profile pictures and aliases because you are ashamed and afraid of the rest of the world.
It's aliases.
I don't care. Which you ironically accuse of being weak. There are different paths which you could take, but there are at least two I can recommend. 1, go to therapy, work on yourselves, and change yourselves. Be better. Help build something better. 2, do what your favorite leader did in the end. I genuinely think the first suggestion is a better option. Whatever you do, don't think your online campaigns will have an impact aside from bothering people a little bit, meddling with conflicts, and only making you more miserable in the end. Thank you.
That was one of the most hate-filled rants I've ever seen in my life.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
She's Frank Steven is a Nigerian perspective. He's actually got a big channel. Yeah, she was on with him.
1 billion subscribers?
The topic is understanding the culture of Hamas.
He has 1 billion subscribers? How many subscribers?
He's got 386,000. That's a lot. That's a big channel.
Well, it's not 1 billion, so I don't care. Gerald R. said, I think the Section 8 they're really referring to is the military discharge for mental illness. They're just projecting. This is very rude. Blue Mano 7 says, if there is no God, all of the humanitarian issues that are just ethnic battles for authority. Alhamdulillah. Frank B said, you know you're on AP's channel when you stumble upon words that start with master. Exactly. Where's my favorite book? Anyway, can't find it right now. Carl Jenkins said, hi, AP. I saw your Groiper tweet. The Twitter anons are cruel, but Nick's beliefs, Catholicism, monarchy, don't come from a place of hate. Thank you so much for defending Indians.
Nick Fuentes, who wants his white nationalist Catholic state, saying that's not coming from a place of hate. Nick Fuentes. I watched one speech by him. That's the one that got banned from everywhere, and that was pretty sick, evil stuff.
I'm not sure if people are aware, but Nick Fuentes doesn't just want to discriminate against non-Christians and Jews and people of different races and prevent race mixing. He also wants to discriminate against Protestants. And
that's something we cannot allow. By the way, you know what's funny about all this is that there's a reason you have all these all the race grifters and stuff like that screaming their heads off right now. It's that if you look at the trajectory 20 years from now, it's not even gonna be possible to think of as like, hey, we want this place is only for white people of this variety or something like that. Things are mixing up too fast now. Everyone's in, if I were to go to a family reunion right now with all my family, right? So I married a woman who's half Asian. Her sister married a guy who's half black, half white. My brothers, their dad was half Nicaraguan and so on. It's if we got everyone together for a family reunion, there's going to be white, black, Asian, Hispanic, all at the same thing. And that's a pretty recent development. So what are things going to be like 20 years from now? So notice if Nick Fuentes, if I were to get on board with Nick Fuentes, what do I do? What do I do with my family? What do I do with my family? How would that even work? I can't
kick him out.
And I've seen from the people who actually have a system, they want like this section of the United States is just going to be for white people. And this section over here is going to be for the people who are mixed up. It's like, are you guys serious? You think we're actually going to divide up you and your groypers? We're going to divide up the country like this and say, okay, this section's for white people and this section's for that people and this section, and all these people, they have to get out and go somewhere else and so on. And it's like another generation away, everything's going to be just one big spectrum of mixed up people. And it's like, how are you even going to do that? How are you going to say, hey, all white people go over here? What about my sister? And what about my cousin? And what about, we're all mixed up now. That's why they're like in emergency mode. You're not going to be able to even think about pulling it off a generation from now.
What a stupid idea, man. Like, think about the entire concept of separating people into the different races and preventing race mixing. Mm-hmm. Just think about that for a little bit longer, and about the real world implications and the real world scenario of that. Just think about it for a little bit longer than just 5 seconds. Imagine a world where that is actually reality, and where everyone is separated just into races, which, by the way, is a stupid, outdated, nonsensical, false, pseudoscientific perspective. Because all people who exist today are a result of different kinds of people interbreeding and interacting with each other. There is no such thing as a white race.
Hey, you should actually you should ask him like where you'll be.
Me?
Like serious question, because I don't know this. I don't know specifics. I've gotten the specifics from certain people because I've interacted with these people like in the comments section before, and I'm like, okay, well, where would I go if you divide up everything based on race? Where do I go? I'm married to a woman who's half Asian. Like, yeah, you can't go. I'm like, what? Would I have to get a divorce and split up and divide from my family? No, all my kids are like a quarter Asian. So what happens to them and so on? So that's going to depend on whoever's making the rules. And I don't know exactly what rules Nick Fuentes is going to enforce, but I'd like to know, like, what happens to you? You're Turkish. You're Turkish. Do you have to leave? Do you have to go somewhere else? Do you get to stay here in the United States, but there's going to be like a special state for you, or you just get kicked out?
Well, I would probably have to be kicked out, and I would also have to take my kids with me because they're mixed race, and they would have to be separated from their mom, and yeah, something like that. This is unfortunately the inevitable future when the Groypers take over and when the Groypers are in charge of America.
Yeah, they're right there. I mean, he had like 500. He said he's got like 500 of the Groypers, so it's right around the corner, man. It's about to happen. Here he's combined forces. Here now he's combined forces with Suleiman Ahmed. So if you got that combined brain power, and if you toss in Jake Shields as the muscle, well, it's going to happen, man. They're going to divide up they're going to take over the country, make it for their. Oh wait, they can't because one's a Muslim. Yeah, I don't know.
Can you imagine all these losers who are like Nick Fuentes is the one idiot who took the fall and ruined his life by saying out loud what all these dummies say at home in their basements and all that. But can you imagine all of these guys who just have online frog profile pictures? But who just hang out in front of their computer on some forum all day long. They're like, "Oh yeah, now we're in charge. We're gonna rule America now, and we're finally gonna show pride and turn America into." I just want to go home and play my game. I don't want to talk about this no more. This is the people. This is the Groypers.
Eric Hunt said, YouTube won't let me super chat for some reason. Yeah, YouTube is pretty sensitive about various words, and it seems to be somewhat person specific. In other words, I'll try to post a super chat sometime and it won't let me, and I'll have to actually go systematically which word is being, and I'll kind of, okay, probably this word, and I'll take that word out and try to send it again and stuff like that. But I'll see other people, their super chats go through with that same word that I wouldn't. So apparently it's AI, and it's looking for combinations of words and stuff like that and deciding whether to let you post it. But yeah, it's not a perfect science.
Yeah, excuse me for the terrorist look. I'm just kind of trying something out here. I'm a terrorist.
Oh, hey, Nick might like you now. Hey,
yeah,
I can unite with him. He will.
Hey, Nick, look at that. I'm a terrorist too.
Oh, you're my best friend now because you'll help me against the Jews.
Yeah, actually, I hate you too, but for now, you can be my friend until we're done with the Jews. Frank B
said this thing that he already said 10 minutes ago.
Hi, AP. I saw your
this person
tweet. Tweak87 says, better legal analysis than all the Daily Wire guys who all got it wrong.
Because we read it, ladies and gentlemen. We read it. No, but I don't know what they say. I would assume they're going to get better analysis than most people.
I have to be very honest. I never really thought very highly of the Daily Wire commentators. And this is except for Ben Shapiro. Okay. I'm sorry for saying it. But I really never really thought much of the Daily Wire commentators.
Well, because you're a dirtbag.
I know this might sound very disrespectful and Daily Wire-ophobic, but that's just the truth of the matter.
I'm trying to think. Ben Shapiro, smart, awesome debater, awesome communicator.
Ben Shapiro.
What's his face? That guy you don't like.
Humbug.
What's the guy that he was a Jewish guy who can? Oh, Andrew Klavan. Klavan. That guy.
When did I say I don't like Andrew Klavan?
Oh, I can tell. Andrew Klavan, master of wit and rhetoric. You listen to his very, very, very extremely witty. The other guys, yeah. Well, they also got Peterson over there, man. You don't think Peterson is smart? You think Peterson's dumb?
No, I exclude Jordan Peterson. I don't count him as one of the Daily Wire commentators. That's different. I think.
And then there's Jeremy, and then there's that other guy.
I think Jordan Peterson is smarter than everyone there combined.
Yeah, there's Jeremy, and there's one more guy. But those guys, I have to say, Jeremy is the guy who runs. Yeah, I think he runs the place. And then there's that other guy, white guy. But anyway,
Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh are the only ones I know.
Yeah, if you get, I forgot about Matt Walsh. Yeah, Matt Walsh is smart. He's witty too. But Jeremy and what would you say the other guys were? Knowles.
Michael Knowles.
Yeah, Knowles. Those two guys. If you watch those two guys talk about soccer back in the day, whenever the World Cup would come around, they got like 1 million cool points just for that, just for their discussion of soccer. It's brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant stuff that says what every true American is thinking about the stupidity of soccer. But they're awesome. I encourage everyone, the next time World Cup, what's that come along? Every 4 years or something? The next time World Cup rolls around, watch their stuff, and you will see that AP is wrong. And these guys are very, very smart.
However, when it comes to politics,
I have no idea how right they are on politics.
Yeah. So I heard Michael Knowles several times, and I must say, maybe he should stick to entertainment. I don't know.
They could just have the sports network wing of the Daily Wire and just make fun of soccer all day.
That's funny. I saw a clip of what Michael Knowles was doing before he went into political commentary, and I thought maybe he should have just done that. I don't know if you're aware, but Michael Knowles had some tried himself in acting prior to commentary on Daily Wire, and he was also in some gay act or something where he was doing some really questionable things on camera.
There's AP once again holding people's past against them.
But anyway, none of this has anything to do with what Tweak 87 is saying here. Yeah. I don't know how people get this wrong, but I saw that Matt Walsh was also like, "Oh, this is not right." But,
I might, since it's actually so short, I might just tomorrow just record a quick make a little intro, say, "Hey guys, let's read it." It only takes a couple of minutes. Read it. Go through, read the criteria of anti-Semitism that the U.S. is implementing now. Just read it and say, okay, does this do what people are saying it does?
Look at this, David. You and I, we have read it. We have gone through it again and again. Matt Walsh.
Interesting. Matt did the same thing.
Says the vast majority of Republicans just voted for a bill to criminalize criticisms of the Israeli government. If the bill passes, you will be guilty of hate speech if you apply double standards to the government of Israel or accuse it of genocide.
No,
this is honestly one of the most insane pieces of legislation I've ever seen. This is completely false.
If he's saying most insane pieces of legislation I've ever seen, it sounds like he's saying he's actually read it. In which case he doesn't have an excuse. Again, when it's Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think, okay, she's dumb and she didn't understand anything. If it's Matt Walsh is not dumb.
I know you don't like my.
I'm gonna make a video. I'm gonna make a video tomorrow, man.
On certain people, but
I'm calling out Matt Walsh.
And I know that Matt Walsh is very, very popular among conservatives.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have much respect for Matt Walsh because I've seen so many things from him.
That's because he's a Catholic, and this gets back into this anti-Catholic bigotry that I've been warning about.
Because I could sit down and go through a large collection of Matt Walsh takes where he so often gets things factually wrong, and it's weird because he has a massive following. He's a very important commentator on Daily Wire, but he has a habit of getting so many things factually wrong. where I think, what is exactly the reason for this? And why is nobody fact checking this? And this is one of those instances. He says it will be criminalized to criticize Israel. No, it will not be criminalized. That's not what the bill is about. It is simply not what the bill is about. And if you are saying that he has read it, then we have to conclude that he didn't understand it, which raises the question, how did Matt Walsh not understand the bill? If he did understand it, but he made this tweet, then we have to conclude that Matt Walsh is not speaking the truth. So what is it?
Yeah, guys, look at what he's just saying. You will be guilty of hate speech. You'll be guilty of hate speech. What does the bill specifically say? This cannot be used to interfere with your First Amendment right to freedom of speech. It specifically says it. It says the opposite of what he's saying. Well,
yep. This is why. I just want to make it very simple. If you think that this bill actually criminalizes criticism of Israel, tell me exactly where and why, and I will destroy you. Knows too much, said weakling running scared from a YouTube video. You see, it's just a short video showcasing Palestinians celebrating 9/11 at the time. Oh, okay. If that's what it is.
no, that's a conspiracy theory. Why would Palestinians be celebrating?
Palestinians would never do such a thing.
Never happened. You can cover in 10 minutes and stuff. And why are you listening to me?
Because I accidentally turned on a video of you. 9KKLKKDNAJO.
Make sure that's case sensitive. Did you get it right?
Yes.
Atmosphere, the V sign for victory being displayed in East Jerusalem today among jubilant Palestinians that the United States had been subject to this attack. What are we to make of that, Jennifer? Yasser Arafat may issue this condemnation. Look at this. We're seeing people applauding, clapping, smiling, happy to know that thousands of Americans have died in this sneak attack. And there you see a V for victory sign held up to the camera. What are we to make of that? And what are we to make of what about what Yasser Arafat said today?
The United States blamed by some Palestinians for its ongoing support, as it is seen, of Israel in this conflict, in this Middle Eastern conflict. However, while some Palestinians were taking to the streets in apparent celebration, one youth was quoted as saying, as he received a sweets handed around in celebration, "This is a sweet from Osama bin Laden," he said.
Pat Dawson.
Back to you.
Pat Dawson, thanks very much. We have some videotape, I understand.
I just want to point out, we don't want to spread hate, so we also want to point out that this does not represent all Muslims around the world and not all Palestinians around the world, and that there may or may not be at least one Palestinian who did not celebrate.
Yeah, AP. Just imagine a griper coming along, jumping into this live stream.
Man, Palestinians really know how to party. People are pointing it out like, this is party in Palestine. Yeah. Yoo-hoo, terrorism. I love this terrorism. Yeah, that's what I like.
From the West Bank. These are Palestinian celebrations in the wake of Tuesday's terror attacks in the United States. Apparently, Palestinians took to the street chanting, "God is great." People were throwing candy, distributing candy to passersby. The U.S. government obviously has become increasingly unpopular, particularly in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, because Palestinians feel that the U.S. government has sided with Israel. One man, Nawal Abdel Fattah, wearing a long black dress, threw sweets in the air, saying, actually, that's a woman, pardon me, saying she was happy because, quote, America is the head of the snake. America always stands by Israel in its war against us. Meanwhile, Yasser Arafat emerged to speak with reporters.
Okay, Yasser Arafat crawled out of his hole.
I see. Look, I understand that people are celebrating over a terrorist attack killing thousands, but what's worse is that the reporter there actually misgendered a person.
That is way worse. It's like 1,000 times worse.
That's
the only thing. That's the only takeaway there.
Yeah.
But notice the handing out candy. So, if a Jew hands you candy, It's because there's a bar mitzvah and you're supposed to throw the candy at the person who's getting bar mitzvah. If a Palestinian hands you candy, it's because there's been a huge terrorist attack and you're supposed to celebrate.
Well, and this just shows you that there's just more culture among Palestinians. Yeah, because who throws candy at people? Living with Jay said, where's the national camp of advocates that are against Israelophobes? Why is the Islamophobe movement more popularized? May the love of Christ be with you both. This is true. It's true. David, do you want to answer this beautiful question? Whatever it's trying to say.
There is a lot of concern about Islamophobia.
Thank you.
And it's usually amped up right after some jihadis slaughtered a bunch of people in the name of Allah. That's when we all get warned.
Yeah. Sorry, AP, but as a grower, America is too Zionist. So me and my boyfriend Pablito will move to Afghanistan. To Afghanistan to resist is not real with our Muslim allies. This is so base. This is so beautiful, so brave. Please go. Please go and say and give my best greetings to Pablito. Moo Joe, the hard fest between some Christians and Hamas is so strange. The reaction to the bill is pure circus, hilarious and depressing. I know
it is interesting just how quickly these alliances will form and then like dissolve. And so you have like the Islam and the left, and then it was breaking down over the trans stuff, but then Israel entered the picture, and then they united again and they're best buddies now. And then you've got you've got the jihadis and the groypers, and then and that they'll all form these alliances that are going to last like 6 months and break down.
3 months, actually.
3 months. Sorry, I apologize. Yeah. You're right. I'm right.
And it's gropers, not groypers.
Gropers. We should call them gropers. We should just.
I think that's perfect. Gropers. That's perfect term. There are legitimate rumors that Nick Fuentes likes little boys and has used them on several occasions. Romeo Stagger said on X, did the Jews kill Jesus in Poland or Jerusalem? This is a legitimate question. Pay every penny to save Israel said, did you guys hear Congress just passed a dumb law to make it illegal to say Ezra is not the son of Allah? It's outrageous. I'll boycott hummus shops now. This is powerful stuff.
That's good stuff.
Hey, you know what? You remember how when we were in Israel, you brought up this whole thing, going to Israelis and asking them why they believe Ezra is the son of God. And I don't know who you asked, but the response you got was, if you go around and ask Jews about Ezra, they will say the only Ezra I know is.
So I said, hey, so if I wanted to go around asking like man on the street type interviews, hey, so why do Jews worship Ezra? Or why do you believe Ezra is the son of God? He goes, you might be better off saying, hey, can you state one fact about Ezra? And he goes, the only fact you'll get is maybe like, I have a cousin named Ezra. That is the only thing anyone here will be able to tell you about Ezra. Now, he's talking about like average people that I would encounter on the street. Obviously, if you went to someone who, knows the Torah or something like this, someone who knows the Bible, they would know who Ezra is and so on. He's just saying, but anyway, that proved a massive point. Namely, these guys obviously aren't worshiping Ezra. They have no idea what you're talking about. But of course, the Muslim response would be, yes, but they're just keeping it secret. They're hiding it.
Earlier, I talked to a fellow YouTuber whose name is The Traveling Clat, and I asked him about Ezra, and here's his response. I don't know how to frame this.
You have no sound. You have no sound.
No sound?
Oh, no. Is that you? Okay, sorry.
One second.
There we go. Okay, we got sound.
This is the only Ezra I know. That's my grandpa, the Iraqi one I was talking about earlier.
That's exactly what they said would happen. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Look how nice. I look like a little jungle boy.
Very nice.
That's the only Ezra I worship. That's the, I don't even know the reference. It might be a bad Jew. I mean, I'm not religious.
Did you hear what he said? That's funny. They told me that all you would get is, I have a cousin named Ezra or something like that. He's like, what, Ezra? My grandfather. That's it. That's all I know.
He did exactly what you were told.
That's
what you were
funny.
told.
That is funny.
That's the only Ezra I know.
This is funny because this is one of the things that we heard. Yeah, so then I mentioned to him how this was exactly what we were told would happen if we asked people about Ezra. Isn't it funny? Was proven true entirely. Except that it was a grandpa, not a cousin. Richie Jarvis made a super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Next, Zachar Naik said, I talked to Elidawa recently and he was a whole lot nicer to me than David. He hasn't called me a loser once. Alidawa and I might be BFFs now. Just kidding. Shut up, loser. College.
Yeah, you're a nerd and a loser and a total dork. And if you don't like that, then why don't you just go become a follower of Alidawa?
Yeah.
Don't get mad at me because I speak the truth.
Loser.
That's the thing. See, Alidawa is what? He's a liar. He's a liar. That's why you're not going to get the truth from him. That's why I'll tell you the truth about yourself. Nerd.
I will actually have a look at that next second. Like, that's good to see. I should have a look at that. See the interaction with Alidawa. Carl Jenkins. I'm an Indian international student. I've watched Nick's show a ton. He's self-deprecating, loving, and constantly denounces cruelty from judgmental trolls. Have you thought about debating him? I'm not sure what in the hell you watched, but I saw plenty of footage from Nick Fuentes, including stuff where he explicitly says that Jewish people are filth. Says they are filth. They are filth. They're Jews. They are filth. And where he talks about different people as lesser people, genetically speaking, where he makes fun of the Holocaust, says that it was justified but also exaggerated, compares the Jews who were killed there to cookies that were burned in the oven and things like that. I know enough about Nick Fuentes to come to certain conclusions here. One of them is that that you don't know what in the world you're listening to, that you didn't actually listen to Nick Fuentes, or that you are lying here.
Yeah, evil scumbag. And I also look at his fans and the Groypers, his fans. I'm not a fan of them or of him. Terrible person, terrible followers.
Yeah. And he promotes.
As for have you thought about debating him? Jake Shields invited me, and I agreed. Jake Shields is like, "Hey, I'm going out to do videos with Nick Fuentes. You can join me." And I said, "Okay." And while I'm at it, I'll bring AP. That way, it's we can have a 2-on-2 friendly discussion, but also you can do your debate that you said you'd have with AP. But then you said you wouldn't do it because you're not going to travel. But since you're already traveling, we'll come to you. You can do the debate you said you had with AP. Then we can all have a big, nice discussion. And then he said, "No, I just changed my mind. You're uninvited." Like, oh, okay.
Yep. There you see. David accepted the debate offer. Plus, also in the past, we made a stream about Nick Fuentes, and Nick actually sent all his gropers by posting the link.
Tried to grope us.
Yeah, to our live stream.
He tried to grope us intellectually.
Yeah, and he was watching it live as we were talking about him. He was watching it live
and whining like a
and
baby.
He was commenting on it
like a crybaby.
And people were saying, "How about you let Nick Fuentes on and speak for himself?" And I did say there, if he so badly wants to talk, I'll talk to him. He never followed up on that. So, and to be honest, I don't think that there's any value that anything with him can bring at all. I have enough references to conclude what a scumbag he is. And he also frequently, through his followers and all that, promotes and justifies Nazi Germany, Holocaust, pogroms, and things like that. Go and build a sandcastle. Alex L said Jake Shields is a mentally ill Nazi, but he's so damn goofy. He would be hilarious if he wasn't so dangerous. I know. I saw that. I saw tweets of him earlier, and I was just laughing. And I thought to myself, this guy is a very good comedian, although unintentionally. Yusuf Ali said, David, shouldn't it be enough for the colleges and police to prosecute criminal activity without introducing new laws? Love you both. It's not to prosecute
This is
people.
yeah. This isn't about. This is what happens when a university is letting it happen.
Yes.
They're receiving federal funding, meaning the people of the United States are funding this university, right? They're getting federal funding, which means the federal government has some say-so over what's going on. What happens if the university is allowing people to block Jewish student? You can't come in here, Jewish student. You're a Jew. You're a filthy, disgusting Jew. Get out of here. You're not allowed over here. This is for non-Jews only. If the university just lets that happen,
Clip that.
If the university is just letting that happen, the federal government is saying that the Department of Education can say, hey, you're supposed to be stopping that from happening. And in order to clarify what the university is not supposed to be allowing to happen, it's if someone is discriminating against the Jewish student using these kinds of things, then you're supposed to stop them. Or, as punishment, we will withhold federal aid until you deal with the problem.
Beautiful.
So what are you talking about? Yeah. It's like we do a 3-hour live stream. People don't want to pay attention even slightly to anything we say, and then they ask in a question.
80 Acevedo said Fuentes has gropers, Alidawa has grapers.
Gropists, the gropists, and the grapists.
A war between the gropers and the grapers would be amazing.
I need a grope whistle.
The grope.
Hey, we should get a whistle and have a grope whistle.
Knows too much. Pilate, brutal ruler, removed from office for being too brutal and violent, even by Roman standards. Depicting some saint is laughable. P.S. Jesus, Jew. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, that's why I say that since Jews killed Jesus, that means that Jesus killed Jesus as well. So that's what you get. That's the logic, apparently. I don't know. It's not me making the rules. Christophoros made a super chat. Thank you so much. John said, Mohammed, I don't like people staying late at my house. We need to pass a law to make this Islamophobic. Yep. And this is how that happened. This is a reference to what is that? You know the number specifically. Because it's
Surah 33. Gosh, my brain is fried right now. 49 or 59 or something. I'll look it up just in case.
Yeah. This is one of the most beautiful Quran verses out there. Graze174 said, have Ali and Mojab commented on your capturing of pieces of their soul to put in your soundboard? No, they haven't. Not yet. They should. Jack Ray said, AP, could you say you are 90 feet? You could say you are 90 feet tall. It's been said before about someone somewhere. Sahih Bukhari, Volume 4, Book 55, Hadith number 543. Yes, but I thought the way I understood the law was always that if I have a right to say something, then it also means I am right. So if I said I'm 50 feet tall or 90 feet tall, that would also make me 50 feet tall and 90 feet tall. Apparently that's not true, as David just informed me.
It's 3353.
3353. Beast. Follower of the Christ said both us Jews and the Roman Gentiles killed Christ. If you think otherwise, reread the Bible, because we all have blood on our hands. That's the attitude. Graze174 said, would you believe everything Nick Fuentes says if he publicly did a miracle with the same type of setup and followed through as Elijah in 1 Kings 18?
No.
David, you would, right?
No.
Okay. Yusuf Eli said, it's funny that we are having this conversation now about Jews, but Jesus forgave his persecutors. It's like some Christians don't care about what Jesus said and felt. It's because what Nick Fuentes says matters more than what Jesus says. Don't be ridiculous. If you're going to follow Christianity, are you going to follow Jesus or follow Nick Fuentes? Obviously, Nick Fuentes.
Be a good groper.
Carl Jenkins, isn't it possible for someone who's a pro-ethno-state Christian nationalist to be a Zionist, but also believe that Jewish and atheist influence in the West is problematic for Christianity and whites? Yeah, but there is no such influence. If you want to talk about it, you can talk about it, but you could also just talk to yourself, and that's it. I mean, really, man, right now, in the atmosphere that we are in, with everything going on in the world, with all the narrative out there in the media, You really want to talk about Jewish influence and Jewish power? Carl Jenkins, I was lost in suffering for years, desperate for meaning. I might have fallen for the Islamic cult if you hadn't exposed it as false and evil. Thank you so much. I'm beginning my journey to Christ. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good job, AP.
Thank you. Continue your journey to Christ. Carlo Magno said, Nick Fuentes doesn't represent Catholics. He's a grifter. Hitler was a big anti-Catholic and persecuted many Catholics. I'm not sure about that, because if one Catholic does something, then that represents all Catholics. So if one Catholic is Nick Fuentes, then that means all Catholics are Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, that's how they talk about Jews. So
yeah,
that's how it is.
Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
Fox McLeod said, what would happen to Nick Fuentes? He has a Spanish last name.
We could just change his last name
to Nick Führer.
To Nick Whitey McWhitey-kins or something like that.
He would be Nick Führer.
Nick Whitey McWhitey face.
He does have a baby face. Like this. He looks kind of cute.
He could just change his name to Nick Dahmer.
I see. Wow. Okay. Well, I don't know. Now I see why he grew his hair out a little bit. Because, man, now I get it. So I just Googled him, and then this picture comes up. Now I understand why he grew his hair to be like this. Now I get it. This is indeed problematic. But yeah, he does have a baby face.
He looks like Dylan Mulvaney without the makeup.
Yeah,
that's what he looks like.
But who has the makeup? Is it
and
Dylan Mulvaney,
and I have to point out again: have we ever even once seen Nick Fuentes and Dylan Mulvaney in the same room? No. Coincidence?
It could be that Nick Fuentes is hiding Dylan Mulvaney in his forehead. Undercover Pro said, hey, AP, you should put it just backfired on your quote on your soundboard. I want to do that. I'm going to do that soon, inshallah. Michelle G said, so is the American government really thinking about bringing people from Gaza to America as refugees? Can you fact check this, please? Now I'm wondering if it's true. Honestly, I didn't look into it that much, but I did see a proposal to consider such a thing, which just sounds ridiculous. Because most Americans support Israel and oppose Hamas. Most Gazans support the actions of October 7 and would vote for Hamas in a situation that would require it or would give them that option. So, ridiculously stupid idea. That's just an example of Western people, again, acting overzealous in their pity for these poor little people. We have to open our doors and take them in and let them kill us. Grace 174, the 7th century Jews must have engaged in frequent cousin worshipping rituals. Well, so did you.
Oh, if you say my cousin is Ezra.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the only thing I know about Ezra is that I have a cousin named Ezra. Oh, then you worship him, you see?
You see, you worship your cousin. Yeah. Japester said Nick Winter. Gosh. This is the worst night. David's worst nightmare. Anyway, thanks everyone for watching. Will we be live tomorrow, David, on your channel, or what do we do?
Yeah, I might want to cover a couple short topics again, like we did last time. I had some more that I wanted to get through. See, like we usually have like one big topic, but again, there are all these like little short things. Like I'll see these short little videos and stuff. It's like I don't want to do an entire live stream about that, but I'll see like 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 of them, and I'm like, why don't we just toss a bunch? Why don't we just go through those? So anyway, want to try that out. But yeah, we'll probably be live for a short while tomorrow, like an hour and a half and 2 hours, like we did. What was that, yesterday on my channel?
Yes.
Was that yesterday? Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. We'll probably do that tomorrow because I got some more dope stuff.
Okay. If you at this point still think that there is a bill which makes it illegal to criticize Israel, or which makes it illegal to quote the Bible, or if you still agree with one of the gropers, then I just want to tell you one thing, and one thing alone. which is,
Are you sick in the mind? Are you that mentally enslaved and intellectually subservient and intellectually molested and ideologically molested? Are you sick?
I was sitting as soon as he started, I couldn't remember where I was from, but I was like, I bet he's about to start talking about molested. Molested. Nope, not there. No, he's got it. It's got to come. It's got to. It's got to be molested. Something's got to be molested. This is a job we're talking about, and then molested.
I posted this recently because Pearl posted this thing. Oh, wait a minute. This should be out
Ooh.
there. I think.
Oh, we need to go through
She-
that.
She said, "Are Christian countries better to
So-
live in than Muslim countries?" And I saw this, and I looked at a part of it, and I thought, "This is so stupid." So I just responded with this.
You don't want to go through it on Saturday on your channel?
We could.
We might. That's a good one. That's Pearl.
Okay.
These two are made for each other.
Yeah, the worst people on the
I
internet.
mean, he's like, oh, don't worry, I still have a spot for a fourth secret wife.
Nice place to
London here
live.
has got a very high.
No.
Ooh, brother. Ooh.
Are you sick in the mind? Are you that mentally enslaved and intellectually subservient and intellectually molested and ideologically molested?
This is the champion. This is the guy they pick to be their champion and hero.
Oh man! All right. Thanks everyone for watching. We'll be live again tomorrow, and then again on Saturday, and then again on Sunday. And as always, follow the facts and look for the facts. And if there is a bill, take 2 minutes of your time to read through it instead of believing
3
what
minutes.
somebody
3
on
minutes,
Twitter
3
says
minutes.
about it. Yeah.
3 minutes, unless you're a fast reader.
Yeah. Don't be stupid.
Don't be dumb.
And as always, as they say,
Stay away from Islam.